speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense, right?
So eliminating income taxes, cutting spending, what's going on in Washington? And plus, we've got this massive bombshell breaking news this afternoon of cutting federal spending. Let's ask Dr. Preston Brashears, who has testified before Congress over the damage that Biden's Inflation Reduction Act would do to our country. He's a Heritage Foundation Tax Policy Research Fellow. Dr. Brashears, welcome to the show. Great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. So I want to talk about income taxes here in a second, which is already a huge story. But just in a short time, about 5 p.m. tonight, President Trump is expected to announce freezing across all federal agencies, education, healthcare, everything, $3 trillion in freezing of government money, which if our government spends $10 trillion. So this $3 trillion of $10 trillion is massive until all Marxist ideology, transgenderism, Green New Deal, social engineering is removed from these policies. This is a pretty big story. First, what do you make of this breaking news?
Well, I think I make of it that it means Donald Trump means business. He said that he was going to come in and make some serious changes. And one of the first things that we saw was day one with all those executive orders. It was you just go through the list, and there were tons of them devoted to rooting out DEI, CRT, all this stuff that had been put in there by the Biden administration. It was just DEI after DEI after DEI, and that's really what a big part of the last administration was about. Was just I think infiltrating so many parts of our federal government, state and local governments through grants with this DEI stuff that's been so toxic, I think, in a lot of ways. And I think it's great that he's showing that he means business. I'm not too worried about it from a budget and spending perspective, because we're in trouble there, and he needs to be serious about that as well. And so I applaud this decision.
You applaud the decision. Elon Musk also applauding it. He says this is a necessary step to streamline government operations, focus on essential services, though Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer not happy about this. They plan to fight this in court. He says this decision is lawless, dangerous, destructive, cruel. It's illegal, halting government funding in such a way. But I think as you were, point out here, the markets are up right now. So how do you think? It seems like the markets are responding to this in a positive way, no?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think if anything, the markets have a reason to be jittery about what our fiscal situation is right now, and what is that going to mean if we have spiraling debts and deficits that we're currently at $36.2 trillion of debt, $2+ trillion of deficits every year, and that's only going to go up over time. And so if we don't get this under control quickly, then I think investors are concerned about that. What's that going to mean for inflation? What's that going to mean for interest rates? So I think this actually may help put people's minds at ease a little bit, that yes, we actually mean business. We're gonna get spending under control, and when the tax cuts come up later this year, we're gonna have done something serious on spending to make sure that this is not just I guess phantom tax cuts that are just going to have to be paid for later on, either with inflation or through higher taxes. So I think this is a great step in the right direction.
That's encouraging to hear. Let's talk about income taxes now. Getting rid or eliminating the income tax with instead using tariffs on goods and goods coming into the United States. The income tax put in place in place during the Civil War to pay for the Civil War, then eliminated after the Civil War. We saw a boom period in the United States, as Donald Trump just talked about. Then they're put back in place in 1913 to fund World War I, and they've never been taken away. And Americans work up until May or June of every year just to pay income taxes. I mean, I don't want to be hyperbolic here, but I think this would be one of the most transformative moves in American history if he does this. What do you make of this?
I mean, it's absolutely shooting for the stars, because I think the income tax has been just a massive anchor around the neck of the American economy and the American people in so many different ways. In a lot of ways we don't necessarily see. We don't necessarily notice all the ways that I think it affects us, but it is huge. But it is a reflection of all the spending that we do. Unfortunately, we didn't raise as much. Well, fortunately, I would say we raised a lot less revenue, collected a lot less taxes in the 1800s. So it would entail a large amount of spending cuts to even consider that option. But I'm very hopeful that we can get as close to that as possible, even if we can't eliminate it fully. Anything we can do in that direction, I think, is a huge step. And even if we get 20% of the way, 50% of the way there, that'd be amazing for the American economy and the American people.
Who would oppose this? Would it be sort of the deep state? I mean, military industrial complex. I mean, the war funding, because you can't have all these wars, as Dr. Ron Paul points out. You can't fund all of these wars unless you have the income tax. So eliminate the income tax, and then suddenly maybe we have to close some of our 900 military bases around the world. We have to get out of the Middle East. We have to stop meddling in Africa. We have to stop meddling in Syria, and we'd actually maybe repatriate some of that money back home. So is that who would be angry about eliminating the income tax?
Well, I think anyone that's living off of the federal government in any way is going to feel impacted by it, because again, if the federal government is spending to the tune of 25% of GDP, which is where we're headed pretty soon, there's a lot of people that are trying to live off of the government in one way or the other. You mentioned the military industrial, the global defense industry. There's going to be people that are just living on the dole, individuals that are living off of welfare that benefit from having kind of lack of an accountability that we have right now with such a large amount of spending. When you're spending that much money, there's just no accountability. And so I think anything we can do to trim that down, get back to having a country that's for the working people that are out getting a paycheck every day, and I think that there's going to be massive pushback from people that are grant. One of the things he was doing just now, of course, is some of these federal grants, and there's a lot of entities out there that are benefiting from those federal grants. Some of them doing good things, some of them not doing such good things. But certainly, I think whatever we can do to look at ways to streamline things so that there's accountability there, I think that's great for our country.
You study tax policy more than most people do, and the economy more than most people do. So if he eliminates income taxes, what do you think that would do to the prosperity of the United States?
I think it would be huge. I mean, what does the income tax do? It just disincentivizes people from being productive. It disincentivizes people from working. It disincentivizes people from saving and investing their money and building new businesses and doing these things that benefit their neighbors. You want to open up a small business. It's pretty hard to do when you have the regulations first of all, and then you have the taxes on top of that. So it's kind of heads, because the government's going to take whatever profits you make. But if you're making losses, they're not going to be there to bail you out if like so many businesses you go under in the first year or first 3 or 4 years. You're there sticking your neck out, and you're going to have to bear the losses. But if you're successful, the government's going to come in and take 40% of your money. So I think it would be huge. And President Trump likes to harken back to the late 1800s, kind of the golden age, I think, in a lot of ways for our American economy. We were absolutely, I think, running circles around most of the rest of the world during that period. Not necessarily because tariffs are a wonderful thing. I don't like taxes at all. But if I'm going to choose between a situation where the federal government is collecting a little bit of money from tariffs versus a ton of money from federal income taxes, I think that's a pretty easy decision. That I'd prefer to go back to the era when we were taking a couple percent of GDP from tariffs and excise taxes versus something that just hampers people for being good, productive citizens.
Well, I think we're at a really interesting moment. I mean, we're just like, 6 or 7, 8 days now into the Trump presidency, and we're hearing these major economic moves, sending shockwaves right now through through all of the hogs that have just gotten so fat on all of this spending, the endless printing of money. I think this is amazing. I'll get you out of here on this, Doctor, which is on the Inflation Reduction Act and trying to undo and unwind what Biden tried to throw at the sort of the last minute, push out all of that money sort of out the door. Is Trump going to be able to unwind any of that spending that Biden pushed?
I think so. Some of it he can do on his own, actually, because what happened with the Inflation Reduction Act that President Biden and his administration pushed was they passed a bill that supposedly had a couple $100 billion, $250 billion or so of spending on Green New Deal programs, tax credits for solar and wind and electric vehicles and everything else. Or that's what the CBO said. That's what JCT, the government scorekeepers, were saying. But when when some of the facts actually come out, what we come to find is that it was actually 4 or 5 times more expensive than what the government scorekeepers were saying. Part of that was actually a matter of the Biden administration's executive actions and the Treasury Department making decisions about very loose interpretations of how they're going to interpret the law in order to get people to be able to use these credits. For example, the electric vehicle tax credit, it became such an expansive tax credit. It originally was going to look very, very small in terms of the cost, because it looked like it was something that would only apply if you had a very strict, stuck within very strict guidelines in terms of domestic content for your batteries and the manufacturing and production of your vehicle. But what they did was they kind of switched it out, and there was this other credit that was in there, the commercial clean vehicle credit, which it sounded like it was something that's going to be for businesses. But they set it up so that if you're leasing a vehicle, they're going to count that as a commercial clean vehicle credit. So just by leasing it, that made it something that got around these rules, so that now you can use these credits for vehicles that are, getting a lot of their content from China or from wherever. And so that's just kind of something that was done through executive action and through the executive branch. And so some of this can actually be trimmed back. Some of the mandates in terms of the EPA and some of those restrictions in terms of trying to push everyone into electric vehicles, there's an interaction there with these tax credits. And if on the regulatory side we're pushing everyone into these into clean vehicles, EV vehicles, that's going to obviously make the tax credits for those vehicles that much more expensive. So yes, there's some things he can do on his own. A lot of it's going to have to go through Congress, though, and that's going to be a big task for this big, beautiful bill that they've been talking about, whether that's one bill or 2 bills, to try to pare back some of those green credits.
Right. Well, that's coming up here really, really shortly here in the next few days. So we'll be watching it closely. Dr. Preston Bashir, we really appreciate you joining us. Thank you for your expertise on this. And what a crazy day. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, Clayton.
It is a crazy day. You bet. What do you guys think about that? Would you guys like the income tax removed? I mean, that's like the dumbest question in the world, right? Maybe we should put up a poll. Can you imagine a person that says no?
I would be so distrustful of anybody that was like, no. I'd be like, who the hell
it's like Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, get out of my chat room. You don't get to comment here. By the way, Pelosi just a few minutes ago posted about that. She made some comments saying this is, deeply, what did she say? Illegal what the president did, like to try to move on this on these federal freezing platforms and try to stop all the federal funding and all of this. So that's illegal. By the way, I should point out they've added a DOGE clock, Department of Government Efficiency clock, now to the national debt. And so far in 8 days, take a look at this. $30 billion has now been saved from DOGE. And look at that thing going up and up and up from government spending. So $30 billion in 8 days that the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk, and his team there are working to cut. So will we see it go up by another $3 trillion? We'll have to see. All right, we've got more news to get to. We're going to talk about these ICE raids tonight on the show because Kristi Noem in New York City just a short time ago when she was there this morning putting on tactical gear saying we are here to clean up the streets of these dirtbags. So she rode along with ICE. Can you imagine any other, like, member of the Biden administration doing a ride along with ICE? No. And so far, the numbers are staggering. They're closing in on 10,000 illegal immigrants, criminals that they've now caught and are now in the process of deporting in just 8 days. And, you know, Hollywood is melting down over this, of course, so we're going to talk about that. But first, winners don't make resolutions. Resolutions break. Instead, they just start and then they maximize the momentum. In fact, we were just talking about that before the show, about getting on a better health kick and eating healthier here on the Redacted team. And if your goal is health span, it's being able to live better for longer. There's a few non-negotiables in your life. One of them is quality. When it comes to supplements geared toward high quality performers, no one does it like Momentous. They invest in NSF certification, meaning every batch of their supplements is tested for heavy metals, harmful additives, and the label claim accuracy, and is the reason they're trusted by all 32 NFL teams and collegiate sports teams and dietitians all over the country. And there was a report last week that came out about a lot of people's protein blends that they're taking, and they have all these heavy metals in them. Yeah, well, what the heck? You think you're taking a protein shake that's healthy for you, and it's got heavy metals in it? Not these guys. I had a protein shake that I was using. I threw it in the trash. And now I'm only using Momentous because I don't want any of those heavy metals when I'm doing a protein shake after the gym. Momentous believes in nailing the basics with bone-crushing consistency and curating an intentional routine based on your individual goals. And by the basics, we mean protein and creatine. So Momentous sources CreaPure, which is the purest form of creatine monohydrate available. It's an absolute must for both men and women for peak physical and cognitive performance. So go right now to livemomentous.com. If you take a protein shake every day, like after the gym, you got to check these guys out. I'm telling you, you don't know what sort of heavy metals are hiding in the crap that you're eating right now. I threw mine in the trash, and I spent like $50 on that bag of stuff too. I was pissed. But you know what? I don't want that stuff in my body. So go there, livemomentous.com. Try it today, 20% off with code REDACTED, and start living on purpose. Well, in the past 7 days, ICE agents have now arrested and started the deportation process of over 7,300 illegal alien criminals as of today on this Tuesday, including a number of child rapists, murderers, sex traffickers, and more crimes that are just too numerous to list here. Of course, Democrats in Washington under the Biden administration not only knew about this, they helped facilitate all of this into the United States. They had no problem letting these child rapists stay here in the United States. Our next guest, in fact, testified before Congress back in September, letting Democrats know and the Biden administration know that there are massive numbers of child rapists in the United States. She is a crime victims advocate. She was telling the story of an 11-year-old, Maria Gonzalez, who was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal immigrant. Watch this.
When Maria went to the door, there's a little chain that we have in those apartments, right? When you open the door to try to keep us safe, that chain was not enough to keep this animal out of Maria's apartment. He pushed his way in, and Maria fought for her life. She was 11 years old. To all of you, 3 little girls passing away may not be many, but what if one of those little girls was your daughter, your granddaughter, or your niece? Can you imagine them trying to fight off a grown man off of them? The shock of being undressed, the pain of being beaten and smothered, trying to fight for your life while a predator's one objective is to use them to satisfy their sick and demented appetites. Our girls deserve protection. Our girls deserve to live their life without fear. Our girls deserve to perish in a natural manner of old age.
And joining me now is that crime victims advocate, April Aguirre, who is testifying before Congress there. April, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So over the past 7 days, we've seen a massive number of deportations and arrests, over 7,000 of them. It's almost as if they knew exactly where these people were, that they were able to swoop in almost immediately and start arresting and deporting these people. How does that sit with you?
It doesn't sit well with me. I just cannot believe that we would allow these individuals to continue in minority communities, to continue harming minority communities, because we have misaligned sympathies. When somebody shows you who they are, believe them? Why sit there and give somebody a bond that they can go out back into the communities that they're harming? So it just doesn't make sense. Do we account for flight risk when somebody's not even from this country? So yes, they knew exactly where to go because a lot of these people have already been previously charged with crimes, never made it back to their court dates, were out on bail, and they have their addresses. The worst of the worst have already committed crimes here in the United States.
I mean, I know it's hard to put a number on it. How many of these people do you think have been multiple offenders? They've raped a child and then they've been released on bond and they get to do it all over again.
I like to use the example of when an individual gets pulled over for DWI. Do you really think that's the first time that they got on the road behind the wheel drunk, or just the first time they were caught?
Right.
So I always wonder, how many people have they harmed? How many children, how many families have they harmed? And some children that haven't even spoken up yet before they were caught.
It's really deeply disturbing and disgusting. What do you think is the motivation for the release of these individuals? Mostly happening, I believe, in, a lot of sanctuary cities and Democrat stronghold cities. Can you talk about that as a crime victims advocate? What were you advocating for? That they stay behind bars or that they are deported?
So I believe that when an individual comes into this country, right, and they commit a crime, whether they came in here illegally or legally, they should not be afforded bail. They are not U.S. citizens where they have the same rights as our Constitution protects U.S. citizens, right? And they are the definition of a flight risk. They have no community ties. So why would we further risk the community by releasing them back into the communities that they're harming? So we have a huge problem in democratic cities where they don't believe in incarceration because somebody is low income. Being low income should not give you a discount pass to continue to commit crimes.
Right. Right. And do you see a double standard for American citizens who are born here and commit crimes and are held or put in, behind bars, maybe permanently or for many years for similar crimes? Do you see sort of a double standard for those who are here illegally?
I think that if a U.S. citizen does not have community ties and was not from the community and they could not prove those community ties, could not prove that they had good work standings, I don't think they'd be so easily released on bail. But we have misaligned sympathies. We are not going after these people. As you know, there's a police officer shortage in the whole entire United States. So the likelihood of you being caught while committing a crime is so low right now that if you do get caught, how sloppy were you and how bolden were you to just be committing these crimes to where the police could catch up to you?
Yeah, it's a great point. Hollywood celebrities, sort of an epicenter of pedophilia in Hollywood. They're sort of outraged about these raids. And by the way, we predicted this on the show last year. Once we heard that they were going to immediately start enforcing and do mass deportations of these illegal criminals, I predicted that the liberal media was going to start painting these as like stormtroopers. They were coming through and destroying communities, these ICE raids and all of this. And you saw this yesterday from Selena Gomez, Hollywood actress. Watch her in tears over what she says, the children.
I just want to say that I'm so sorry. All my people are getting attacked. The children. I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I promise.
So what was your response when you saw Selena Gomez crying about the children? Here you were testifying before Congress about children in the United States being murdered, raped by these illegal immigrants. So what is she talking about here?
Once again, we come back to misaligned sympathies. And I did not see a tear from Selena or Jimmy Fallon or those folks there at the late night TV shows over these matters. But as soon as they start deportations, and I want you to know that Tom Holland has made it very clear, we are deporting the worst of the worst first, right? They're focusing on criminal migrants, okay?
Press secretary said at the podium earlier, I believe it is my duty to report to you the truth of what actually happened today in Illinois. Donald Trump's administration is lying to you. The White House's attempt to walk back what they did today does not match what we saw on the ground. They assured us that Medicaid would not be affected. That was a lie. Our state agencies were unable to access the Medicaid system until an hour ago, preventing payments for services. And this has been reported from states across the nation. When we reached out to federal agencies, they informed us that they have been directed not to discuss any guidance with states. They have canceled previously scheduled meetings for this week. The White House assured us that Head Start would not be affected. That was a lie. Providers across the state experienced outages, and some were unable to make their payroll. They assured us that they were doing nothing to take away individual assistance from the most vulnerable people in our state, but they refused to say that they would restore LIHEAP, the Low-Income Housing Energy Assistance Program, payments to support the unemployment system, and Meals on Wheels. These are programs that hundreds of thousands of Illinoisans depend on: children, seniors, veterans, working parents. Let's just be clear about what happened over the last 24 hours. At 7:42 p.m. last night, we saw a memo from the White House saying that they were pausing federal funding across the board. This morning, along with all 50 states across the country, we discovered that our ability to access critical federal funding had been cut off. And now the administration would like us to believe that these were just coincidental website outages. Donald Trump and his administration have not earned the benefit of the doubt. They are either lying to us or they are critically incompetent. This is what happens when you staff the federal government full of Project 2025 contributors that don't have any experience governing and don't think that the laws apply to them. The consequences of their actions are not hypothetical. They are not numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real people, ordinary Americans struggling to afford groceries, rent, and health care. Donald Trump promised to lower prices for average Americans his first week in office. Name one thing that he's done to accomplish that. Prices have gone up, not down. Let me say this in no uncertain terms. What the president is trying to do is illegal. Let me say that again. What the president is trying to do is illegal. I know these are challenging times, and the Trump administration is trying to confuse the American people. That's why it's so important that we speak plainly. I was very happy to hear as I entered this room today that an administrative stay has been granted. Let me assure you, the state of Illinois will fight this unlawful order with everything we have. We're working with the Attorney General, who has moved forward with other states to continue pursuing legal action to protect the people of Illinois. Last November, on the day after the election, I made a promise to the people of Illinois. When it comes to threats to our freedom, health, or security, if you come for my people, you come through me. And with that, I'd like to introduce our Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton.
Hello, everyone. I am deeply disturbed by the actions that bring us together. The Trump administration has made an unquestionable declaration of where their values lie. This is an attack on the nation's most vulnerable populations to cut seniors off from food or strip access to health care from critical patients. Is a display of cruelty driven by the values of this new administration. If it feels like you are being asked to subscribe to a nation fueled by hate over hope and retribution over problem solving, you are not imagining things. Whatever you are feeling right now is justified. And because the actions taken today do not respond to the very real needs of everyday Americans, you're going to hear a lot of noise. Hear me when I say, no amount of backpedaling can override the truth they just dropped at our feet. This dizziness, this nausea, the panic, it's all intentional. It is not a mistake that websites are suddenly going dark just as people start to ask questions. This level of chaos was intended when President Trump and the people in his ear made these decisions. Let's stop ourselves from thinking in numbers and start thinking of faces. A family relying on federal utility support could go cold as soon as tonight. An expecting mother with an ultrasound scheduled tomorrow may still be wondering if Medicaid will cover that appointment. And a nonprofit in your community, meeting the needs of your neighbors, is about to conduct layoffs or close their doors completely. Someone you love will suffer because Trump's administration has chosen to trample on the United States Constitution and dishonor the promises made to the people who elected them. The comparison between what drives leaders across this country has never been laid out more clearly. Every year since the Pritzker-Stratton administration stepped into office, we have clawed higher and higher out of the hole our predecessors dug. And year after year, Illinois has gotten stronger. Illinois is a resilient state, home to the most resilient people. We weather the harshest winters, and every spring we emerge more vibrant than we were at the first snowfall. But right now, we are standing in the middle of an Arctic blast, perpetuated by ego and a disdain for basic human decency. But we will not be buried, because we, your leaders, made a promise to stand up for each and every one of you, whether you agree with us or not. If you take nothing else away from today, take this. Donald Trump's administration has declared that their values are rooted in hate and the whims of a small few, but Illinois' values are rooted in compassion as we work to uplift every community.
All right, you're just listening in here to this press conference there out of Illinois as the Governor J.B. Pritzker talking about this federal funding freeze, also noting that it just came down within the last half hour that a judge has temporarily blocked that, a temporary stay on it. All right, I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. Let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Just past 4:30 Central Time as federal agents have arrested thousands of people in major cities like New York, Boston, Chicago, and southeastern Texas in Houston. A live picture right now there of Houston on an overcast day in southeastern Texas as part of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. The priority right now, immigrants with a criminal history. We're going to be joined by Fox's Sarah Allegre on the ground in Houston, Texas. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. How are agencies carrying out these operations in your area?
Yeah, hi there, Andy Mack. We just got word from the state of Texas that Governor Abbott will be deploying tactical strike teams to help the federal government when it comes to targeting criminal illegal immigrants. Now, one example involved the recent arrest of 2 alleged child sex offenders over the weekend. This was both a collaboration between both state authorities and Homeland Securities. Now, I want to show you the first individual here. His name is Jorge Dionisio Hernandez. He's been on the run since around 2022 of January. He has 2 prior DWI convictions and is wanted for indecency with a child by sexual contact. Now, Omar David Zavala from El Salvador, he's been on the run since 2022, and authorities say he's an MS-13 gang member. Zavala is wanted for sexual assault of a child, making terroristic threats, and obstruction. Now, we did talk to a former DEA agent. He tells me a hard stance is necessary, especially when it comes to violent criminals.
We've got to take a hard stand against not just the illegal migrants coming into the country, but the illegal drugs coming into the country. And I believe they're interchangeable. I believe they're one and the same.
Now, we saw several arrests over the weekend in parts of Texas. These photos are from the DEA during a raid in Austin. ICE also confirms raids in San Antonio, McAllen, and Dallas-Fort Worth, where 84 arrests were made on Sunday alone. Now, of course, this is causing a lot of anxiety amongst immigrants and migrant advocacy groups. We've also seen protests across the state of Texas. Now, in the meantime, we did get new numbers from ICE. This is as of midnight. They have made 969 arrests today. 869 of those arrests are immigration holds. Andy Mack, back to you.
Thank you so much for that. And we've seen it in major cities like you mentioned, New York, Chicago, Boston, and other places. So it's so very interesting to hear your perspective there in Texas, closer to the border. All right, thank you so much for your time, Sarah. We appreciate it here on Live Now.
Andy Mack, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation there, as always, as we're following the latest with all of this. A live picture right now there in Washington, D.C., as the sun is setting on the United States Capitol. We're following the latest with all of these major headlines. And I do want to show you a live picture right now out of Southern California as a group Northern California, excuse me, as a group of students are marching in protest of the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration, on illegal immigrants, on migrants. So we're following this very closely here. You can see them crossing the street with signs and whatnot, but it's about 2:30, so right as school gets out in that community in San Jose. So we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. All these executive orders just over a week now into this second term for President Trump. Let's take you now out to Miami, Florida, as this GOP retreat continues on. We heard from President Trump there yesterday, meeting with Republican lawmakers. Right now, I see Speaker Mike Johnson at a fireside chat, answering some questions, talking about the agenda for this second term for President Trump. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
But we're going to defy the historic trend this time. And here's why. Only twice in 85 years has the president's party gained seats in a midterm election. Normally, when your president wins, his party loses a good chunk of seats in the House. That's not going to happen this time. And there's a number of reasons for that, but we have a very favorable landscape this coming election that we did not have this time. In fact, the tables have flipped. We were defending 16 seats. We had Republicans and 16 Democrat seats last time. It's different now. This time, we'll have 13 Democrats who were seated in districts that President Trump won. We have 21 Democrats that the president came within 5 points of winning. So we're going to play offense to go take back and gain some of those seats. We only have 3 Republicans right now that are seated in districts that Kamala Harris won. So it's a very favorable map for us. We are the group that defies conventional wisdom and sometimes gravity, and surprises everyone and breaks some of these traditions and makes history. We're going to do it again, and that's going to happen in 2 years. And I think we have a broad coalition of new folks who have come into the party. And if we execute on this agenda and we deliver as we said we will, I think we'll hold that. And I think we can hold it for a decade. But I think 2026 is going to be a good term for us.
What about some of the seats that you lost in states like New York, California? Do you think you'll be targeting those seats?
Well, I mean, some of those districts are on the margin, and so they'll be, I think it's a target-rich environment for us in that regard. Some of those were heartbreaking losses. I mean, very small margins in the loss. The California seats were, and New York were particular frustrations for me because I spent a lot of time personally in those districts. California, they drug out the vote tally. California seemingly can't count votes like every other state and country in the world. It takes them weeks or months to tally the votes. And, it was a great disappointment because all 3 of those seats that we lost there, we were ahead on election day, and then gradually it was whittled away. It raises a lot of questions. We're not going to go back and relitigate that, but I'll tell you that there'll be a lot of attention paid to, you heard the president say when he was in California visiting the wildfires, they really need voter ID in California. They need to clean up some of their election integrity measures, and that's something that there'll be a lot of attention paid to. But we are going to contest those areas, and I think we can win back some of those seats, and it's going to be a good thing for the country.
On that voter ID, you seemed open to linking that to wildfire aid yesterday. Do you really think you can do that and wildfire aid and get Democrats to vote for it?
I don't know if it's linked to wildfire aid. I just know that voter ID in California is a very important thing. We passed the SAVE Act in the last Congress. Chuck Schumer let it die on his desk. We're going to pass the SAVE Act again in this Congress. We have to do everything that we can to ensure that we have free and fair elections. It's a very important issue to the American people. I heard it all over the country, blue states, red states, everywhere in between last year when I was traveling around. And I think that we did a good thing by restoring the people's trust this time around, but there's always more to do in that regard. And we have to make sure that, for example, illegal aliens who are in the country are not voting in elections. And unless voter ID and citizenship verification there's a means to do that, which is what the SAVE Act would have ensured, that's always going to be a question in people's minds, and it's a problem.
Well, Trump has been very busy with executive actions and orders over the last week. Most recently, of course, last night, he ordered freeze on federal grants. The White House since clarified that that was not meant as a blanket pause. There has just been a federal judge that paused that directive. But, a number of Democrats are saying that this is not a legal action. Some Republicans have expressed nervousness about what this means for their constituents. Do you have any concerns about that order to freeze grant aid?
I don't. I fully support it. We got a 2-pager from OMB today to members of Congress explaining, I guess, an answer to some of the FAQs, frequently asked questions. It is a temporary pause. For some programs, it could be an hours-long pause. It is not a big thing. Some of the programs have already been approved. But this is I believe, an application of common sense. We want to make sure that the executive orders of the new president are being fully complied with regard to these programs. So I think these will be quick reviews. I don't think this is a major interruption of programming or anything, and it specifies in the OMB guidance that any direct aid to individuals is not included in this. So look, I think this is something that the American people will approve of. I think they want us to be good stewards of the precious treasure of the American taxpayer. And the Biden administration engaged in a lot of abusive spending, abuses of the programs, and we have to make sure that that is not continuing. So this is the appropriate thing for a new administration to do. I think it'll be quick, and I think it's going to be harmless in the end.
And, between this grant freeze directive, the firing of the inspector generals without notifying Congress, pausing foreign aid, payments, Trump is really pushing the limits of his executive authority and testing that. As a congressional leader, are you comfortable with how he's doing that? Do you have any worries about the precedent that this is setting?
Well, so far as what he's done to this point, I mean, he's been using his executive authority, I think, in an appropriate manner. He got a mandate from the American people. Let's not forget I mean, he ran on restoring common sense and fiscal sanity and ensuring that the government would be more efficient. I mean, it was a major theme of the campaign. And I think the taxpayers and the people of this country understand that we're in dire fiscal straits and that it's time for a reset, that we limit the size and scope of government, that we make sure it's working more efficiently. The DOGE announcement at the end of the campaign, towards the end of the campaign, was one of the most exciting things that people had heard in a long time. The Department of Government Efficiency, what a concept. So his executive orders are entirely consistent with exactly what he said on the campaign trail, and I think they're being applauded by the vast majority of the American people. It's time to think differently about this, and I think he got the mandate to do it with 77 million popular votes, and by the way, we got almost 75 million popular votes for the House, the largest popular vote tally for House Republicans ever. We see that as instruction from the people to do this good work, and I think what he's doing is consistent with that.
Well, he certainly does seem to think he has a big mandate, and he was talking about last night, talking about all of the campaign money that he still has into his account, and saying that he doesn't think he can use this for another run. But he turned to you, a constitutional lawyer, and said, "What do you think? I don't think I can run again, but what do you think? What do you think?"
That was tongue-in-cheek, of course. I can't change the Constitution, but, there are means to do that. I don't think he's suggesting a constitutional amendment. So I think he's having sport with the media. I think that's what that was.
Okay, so you're not taking that seriously.
I take everything he says seriously, but I think that was clearly a tongue-in-cheek. We laughed about it, yeah.
Okay. Well, you do have a very close relationship with...
All right, you're just listening in there to Speaker Mike Johnson here at this fireside chat there in Miami, Florida at this GOP retreat. We want to shift gears just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox as we're talking about that immigration crackdown at so many major cities around the country, New York, Boston, and also Chicago. As I want to put up just this, a live picture of the Windy City, courtesy of EarthCam. And that's where we find right now Fox 32's Dane Placco. Dane, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that Mayor Brandon Johnson was requested to testify before Congress. He held a press conference today. What can you tell us about what we learned from him?
Yeah, covered a lot of topics at today's press conference. In fact, this was the first press conference that Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has held here at City Hall since those ICE detention raids that started in Chicago over the weekend. The mayor striking a defiant tone, saying he will not buckle under to the Trump administration.
This desire to popularize fear is unconscionable and abhorrent. There's no other way to describe it.
Mayor Brandon Johnson, along with his department heads, blasted the ICE raids that started across the Chicago area last weekend as an attempt by the Trump administration to instill fear in working-class immigrant communities. But Johnson says it won't change Chicago's status as a sanctuary city.
I'm standing with the full force of government today to demonstrate that Chicago is a welcoming city. Regardless of who's in the White House, Chicago is a city that opens its arms to people from around the globe.
Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling says he believes more than 100 people have been arrested since the Target federal operation started on Saturday. And he believes most of those taken into custody so far did have outstanding warrants or criminal backgrounds.
We're hearing that children aren't going to school, people aren't going to work. There's a level of fear out there that we have to bring down. And as authorities, we have a responsibility to be that calming voice.
Mayor Johnson would not say whether he'll honor a request to testify before the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, which plans to hold hearings with several big city mayors over their status as sanctuary cities.
It would be premature to talk about going until such time that we properly digested all the legal issues as well as the other substantive aspects of the communication from the Oversight Committee.
And Chicago Police Superintendent Snelling also talking a bit here at this news conference today about how they've interacted with the ICE agency, saying that they have had some communication. They've been given some general direction as to where the agents are going to go, but not a whole lot of time lead. The agency is holding a lot of that information close to its own vest right now. He said that they're applying the policy that they've talked about for some weeks now, should this occur. That is, that they will neither help nor hinder ICE agents doing their federal job here in Chicago. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. So much to uncover during this press conference. And I want to ask you, because the big news was, is he summoned to testify? Do you think there's a likelihood that he does find himself on Capitol Hill before members of Congress?
Hard to say. He didn't want to talk about this in particular. In fact, every time we asked him about this issue about testifying before the subcommittee, he dodged the question and brought in his corporation counsel, who said that they're looking at this legally. They want to make sure that legally they are protected. They say this is a legal request, and so that they want to tackle it legally. We asked him, put that aside, would you want to testify before Congress? Would you want to talk about why Chicago is a sanctuary city? And he didn't really answer that question. Clearly, this is based on everything we've seen so far. Republican leaders of that committee want to talk to Mayor Johnson and leaders of other sanctuary cities around the country. It would be a confrontational interview process, something the mayor would probably not enjoy. But I can tell you from having covered him frequently here in Chicago, he does enjoy a good confrontational give and take from time to time.
Yeah, that is very true. And I think he said calm leadership. That was he was trying to present today during that press conference. My last question, Dane, before I let you go, because so much has been made, the headlines about the elementary school in Chicago that was mistaken to have ICE approach it. It was Secret Service instead. Can you talk about the tone and how elementary school, how schools, how hospitals are learning about how they're reacting to some of these crackdowns in the Windy City?
Yeah, he was asked about that as well. The mistake last week when it was initially reported that ICE agents had shown up at Hamlin School on the South Side, when in fact it was the Secret Service, a completely unrelated matter. And one of the deputy mayors stepped forward and said, pretty much admitted, yeah, there was a communication issue. Said that they learned from that experience and that it won't happen again. There was some egg on the administration's face about that. Certainly also Chicago Public Schools. He's at war with the CEO of Chicago Public Schools right now over some teacher contract issues in the union. As for how these large institutions are dealing with these threats of deportations and ICE agents showing up, that has been an ongoing story here in Chicago for several weeks now. Everybody's been waiting for this to happen. Now that it has, it is having an impact on certain immigrant communities. I can tell you, just a few days ago, I was down in Little Village, a largely Hispanic community on 26th Street in Chicago's south and southwest side. And the normally bustling corridor filled with restaurants and shops and music that you see there on an almost daily basis was fairly empty. And talking to the executive director of the Little Village Chamber of Commerce, she said, yeah, people aren't showing up to eat in the restaurants. Employees aren't showing up to work. And they're very concerned about the economic impact this is going to have. That stretch of 26th Street, I should say, is actually the second busiest commercial corridor in the city of Chicago. A lot of tax revenue there for the city of Chicago. And if those stores and restaurants remain empty for some length of time, it's going to have an economic impact on the city. The mayor today responding to that by saying, well, that's exactly what the Trump administration is trying to do.
Very, very interesting. And it's good perspective there on the ground, because obviously you look at it from a national perspective, you think of Chicago, but there are all these little communities, little regions within everyone that are so impacted in a big way. Dane, great reporting. Thanks for joining us.
And that's an important point.
No, continue if you want.
I was just going to say that's an important point to make is these are all mom and pop businesses. These aren't big commercial strips where, you have corporate money behind them. A lot of these restaurants and businesses we're talking about are independently owned and don't make a lot of money in the first place. And if there's a sustained fear of going out and interacting and shopping and eating out, dining out, or working, it's going to have a real impact on those businesses.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, Dane, for your reporting there from Chicago. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. All right, thank you so much. Great conversation there, as always, as we're certainly learning the impacts of that. Of course, Mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, summoned to testify before Congress, but also the mayors of Boston, New York, and Denver also requested not a subpoena. So we'll see what goes through and if and what the likelihood that they actually end up on Capitol Hill is as they talk about these sanctuary city policies and talking about how Chicago is a welcoming city and a welcoming ordinance there. So we're following it very closely. Also want to take you out right now to Northern California as this a student-led protest around this crackdown on immigration by this Trump administration. So you can see about 100 or so, a couple hundred students there walking the streets, blocking off some of these streets in San Jose. All right, we're continuing to follow this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for our final 2-minute break of this hour.
All right. Oh, what you gonna do? Did What you gonna do? Bad boys, bad boys. And the able to zoom in on your own phone and see that they are up there. They are up there. They're keeping track, keeping guard. They are patrolling. They've taken over. They've taken our border there, guys. They're literally guarding the edge of the border. They're trolling, guys. Look at this. 2 other units right here facing the border, ready to grab these bad hombres. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going up there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go say hi. We're not in a rush. Ah, man, my router just ate it, ladies and gentlemen.
Constitutional duty to, quote, take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That's the law. It's in our Constitution, bigger than Dallas, right there. And I believe in it. I didn't come here today to debate. I didn't come here today to debate the 1974 Impoundment Control Act, which the courts have ruled to be constitutional, which says that Congress gets to appropriate the money and the president has to spend it. I don't want to get into all that. But I guess my point, Mr. President, in light of this OMB memorandum, which I'll talk about in a moment, my point is that having embraced non-enforcement when they like the results under President Biden and President Obama, my Democratic friends have very little standing. None, in fact, none, zero, zilch, nada, no standing to complain when President Trump employs the same legal theory for different purposes. I'm not suggesting that we ought to follow the rule, 2 wrongs don't make it right, but they do make it even. I'm just gently suggesting that maybe I should have started this speech with, if it weren't for double standards around this place, there wouldn't be any standards at all. Let me say it again. I support the take care clause of the Constitution. And I can read the law. I know a law book from a J. Crew catalog. I know what the Impoundment Act says. And I can read the court opinions holding that it's constitutional. Now, why am I talking about all this stuff? As you know, since he's been president, I don't know, a week, 10 days, President Trump has issued about 1 squillion executive orders. I think it's the most executive orders issued by a president in this short period of time in the history of ever. I'm still trying to read them. And most of his executive orders, this is a generalist statement, but I think it's fairly accurate, intend, as is his right, to reverse many of the policies implemented by President Biden. And I think it was yesterday, the Office of Management and Budget under President Trump, under an acting director, issued a memorandum. And the memorandum went out to all agencies of the federal government, and it said, look, you've seen the president's executive orders changing federal policy, which he has the right to issue. So hold up spending any money, OMB said to the various agencies, that would implement President Biden's policies as have been changed by President Trump. And the OMB was very careful in its initial memorandum and in its explanation later to say, look, we're not talking about direct payments to people. We're not talking about Medicaid. We're not talking about Medicare. We're not talking about Social Security. We're not talking about SNAP benefits. Very careful. Well, people around here today have been screaming like they're part of a prison riot. Oh my God, the president's not following the law. Like this had not happened before. Again, I'm not saying that two wrongs don't make it right, but they do make it even. I'm just trying to give you a little context for this, Mr. President. My good friend, Senator Schumer, and he is my good friend. I went on a trip with Chuck to China. And I don't want to personalize this about Chuck. Let me put it another way. Some of my Democratic friends have been running around, and some of my friends in the media have been running around like a 5-year-old in a Batman t-shirt, screaming that the world is coming to an end and the Impoundment Act is being violated and the Take Care Clause of the Constitution has been thrown into the garbage bin, as if this sort of hesitation to spend money has never happened before in Washington, D.C. Why is the Trump administration doing this? Look, I don't know. I don't talk to the Trump administration every day. People have a multitude of reasons of doing what they do. But I can see what's going on and what is going to be going on, Mr. President, over the next 6 months to a year. Did I mention we're headed toward a multiple vehicle pileup? Here's the problem. We've got to extend the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. We don't have a choice. Like it or hate it. If we don't extend those tax cuts, when they expire shortly, taxes are going to go up $4.3 trillion on the American people. Not 4.3 million, not 4.3 billion, $4.3 trillion. And 60% of that tax increase is going to impact middle class and lower income Americans. And that's just a natural fact. If we don't extend those tax cuts, it is going to drive our GDP and our economy on a journey to the center of the earth. Even my Democratic friends know those tax cuts have to be extended. But we've got other things we have to do too. We're deficit spending. We're spending money around here like it was pond water, like it was ditch water. Hold up the other chart. I don't want to blame it all on President Biden. But if the shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella. This is what President Biden spent. He didn't spend this from tax revenues, he borrowed it. $1.9 trillion on the American Rescue Plan. $1.2 trillion on the Green New Deal, which they called an Infrastructure Act. $1 trillion on the Inflation Reduction Act. The CHIPS Act, where we gave money to some of the biggest companies in America, big tech, because they said they needed it. We gave them $280 billion for semiconductor manufacturing. It was just announced yesterday, China just kicked our ass on artificial intelligence. I don't know if I can say ass on the Senate floor, but by God, I just did. They did. I don't know how else to describe it. After we spent $280 billion, I mean, this is just under President Biden, $4.380 trillion of money we didn't have. We are deficit spending every nanosecond. I don't know how many millions we have had to borrow since I've been talking. We're taking in about $4.5 trillion, give or take. We're spending about $6.5 trillion. And when we deficit spend, that money doesn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it. But we have to borrow it, and we have to pay it back. And those annual deficits, daily deficits, monthly deficits, roll over into national debt, and we've now got $36 trillion worth of national debt. We're going to run out of digits. That's the most debt we've ever had, well over 100% of GDP. So we've got to renew the tax cuts, which is going to cause short-term, before it stimulates the economy, short-term loss of revenue, and we got to stop the deficit spending, and we got to reduce our debt. But there's more. There's more. We've got to increase defense spending, because President Xi is working with President Putin, who's working with the Ayatollah in Iran, and their goal is to have Putin dominate Eastern and Central Europe, to have Iran dominate the Middle East, have China dominate the Indo-Pacific and the South China Sea, and be free to roam in Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America and South America. I don't want America to be the world's policeman, but I don't want President Xi or President Putin or the Ayatollah in Iran to be the world's policeman either. And weakness invites the wolves, and we've got to start spending more money on defense. Now, you don't have to be Einstein's cousin to figure out that all the things that I just described that we've got to do in the next year to 6 months could be called competing interests. Tax cuts, stop deficit spending, reduce the debt, but find more money for defense. Something's got to give. And all this is a long-winded way of saying we're going to have to reduce spending. We're going to have to do it. The numbers are the numbers. Since 2019, the American population has grown 2%. We're not having babies. 2%. And that's after all the illegal immigration. You know what has happened to our budget? It's gone up 55%. I know we had a pandemic. We had to save the economy. 2% growth in population, 55% increase in spending. Yeah, we've had inflation. We haven't had 55% worth of inflation. We're going to have to go to be able to afford tax cuts and more defense spending and to pay down deficits and to pay down debt. We're going to have to reduce spending to pre-pandemic levels. And that's what this OMB memorandum today, which temporarily held up the spending of some money consistent with President Trump's executive orders, was the first baby step toward. That's what this is all about. That's what it's all about. The world is not going to spin off its axis. And again, I support the Take Care Clause of the Constitution. I understand what the Empowerment Act says, but this is reality. And this is what we've got to solve over the next year. And we're going to have to solve it. Show me that other chart. We're going to have to solve it together because the debt is $36 trillion. Our population is 355,000 people. That's 102 grand per man, woman, and child, and it's increased. And we're about to extend the tax cuts and start spending more in defense. There's a lot of excitement around here about the reconciliation bill or bills. I'm excited about it. You can write this down, Mr. President, and take it home to Mama. Those reconciliation bills, which we have got to pass to get through this multiple vehicle pileup that I just described, are going to contain substantial spending cuts. They are. Because you know what? If they don't, that reconciliation bill or bills will never pass the United States Senate. And I know it will not pass the United States House of Representatives. And then we will have failed to do what we told the American people that we were going to do, which is to get federal government right-sized, to try to put the high prices behind us by growing out of them, by stimulating the economy and increasing wages, by making energy cheaper, by paying down our debt. And that's what's going on. So I hope all the folks today will go home and take off their Batman t-shirts, wash them. They're probably a little sweaty. I hope everybody will go home. Those who drink, have a cocktail, take their meds, and put this all in perspective. That's what that OMB memorandum was all about. And I'm going to say this one final time, because maybe some members of the media are listening. I am not advocating to ignore the Constitution. And I am not advocating to ignore the impoundment laws of this Congress. What I am saying is, if you don't believe we're going to have to cut spending substantially in order to get out of this mess that has been created, then you shouldn't be driving. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
All right, you're just listening in there to the senator out of Louisiana talking about that, the deficit, but also talking about those federal funding freeze. So plenty to talk about there, as he says the deficit needs to be reduced in a big way. And also, as that was being made, that speech on the floor there of the Senate, we did see this post from the Associated Press, a breaking news event as President Donald Trump offers all federal workers buyouts worth 7 months of salary in an unprecedented effort to shrink the size of government, as the White House on Tuesday began offering buyouts there to all federal employees who opt to leave their jobs by February the 6th, a part of President Donald Trump's unprecedented overhaul of the U.S. government. A memo from the Office of Personnel Management, the government's human resources agency, lists 4 directives that it says Trump is mandating for the federal workforce, including that most workers return to their offices full time. It includes a, quote, deferred resignation letter for federal employees wishing to participate. So some big news, but a decision that people might have to make very, very quickly, as the February 6th deadline is right around the corner. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Just past 5:15 is Central Time as we're learning more about what's going on in major cities around this immigration crackdown. A live look right now at the Windy City, courtesy of EarthCam, as the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was on the ground in New York earlier on today. So some big news in terms of this. Also, in terms of sanctuary cities, as mayors from the likes of New York, Mayor Eric Adams, Boston, Michelle Wu, Denver, Mike Johnston, and also Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson have been summoned to testify before Congress on those sanctuary city policies. A post here from Fox 32 Chicago has been asked to appear before Congress next month to discuss the city's status as a sanctuary city. They're going through a legal review at this point. Not really sure if he will participate in that. Let's take you right now out to some comments made by Johnson earlier on today. Let's listen in.
In this beloved country, and we deserve to have a democracy that reflects our values, our full values, and that's why we're going to continue to lead the way in the city of Chicago to demonstrate that regardless of who's in the White House, we're going to continue to fight to ensure that a better, stronger, safer Chicago becomes a reality.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Do you all have an estimate, maybe a dollar figure, for how much grant funding could be subject to that federal freeze if it is upheld?
Annette, do we have it since? I'll turn it to my budget director. Thank you for that question.
Good morning, Annette Guzman. Thank you, Budget Director. We do. We did an analysis of all of our grant funding that we received last year, as well as what is anticipated to be received based on appropriations that have been enacted by Congress. We have about $4 billion worth of grants in the city of Chicago, and a portion of that is federal direct grant dollars that we receive. And so we do know what is subject to the letter that just came out. We are analyzing our analysis again based on what OMB put out at 8 p.m. last night. So we are going to be doing some further digging to better understand what's at present risk.
And would you know sort of which departments or which programs maybe could face the most holdup via that letter?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we do have that analysis, and we are working directly with those departments to better understand the impact of funds if they were 100% no longer available. But again, this letter that just came out last night. We don't know the full implications of what OMB's actions will mean, and we don't know, what potentially Congress will do based on, the letter that came out from OMB. So that letter came out last night. We are analyzing it, and we'll be speaking directly with our departments.
Well, Annette, if you could stay right there.
I will just say one other quick thing to that, and don't go too far, though. I spoke with Senators Durbin and Duckworth this morning, as well as other members of our congressional delegation. We are very blessed to have the congressional delegation that we have, and they have assured me that they're going to continue to fight on behalf of the residents of Chicago and the entire state of Illinois. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Just to clarify, on that $4 billion figure, is that the total grant funding that the city receives, and you expect some portion of that to be affected by the letter?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we do know is, we have large grants in infrastructure. We have grants in almost, from a lot of departments on the federal level. And so, there's varying degrees of what we think could be impacted based on pronouncements from the Trump administration, both before coming into office as well as since they've taken office. And we are, again, analyzing all of our options. We need some time to analyze the letter that came out from OMB last night, what does exactly mean to pause federal funding. But we're doing that work right now, and we'll have more to say later.
And I know there's a lot of uncertainty on this. Do you have an idea of how long that uncertainty has to last before you make decisions based on it, like not hiring for a grant funded position, not letting out a contract, those kind of real impacts that would translate, when do you start considering taking those actions?
That's a great question. I think that, as our legal counsel had noted before, we are reviewing those things right now. We have to talk directly with our departments to understand exactly what programming is at risk if we don't continue certain activities based on the pronouncements that have come out from OMB and from those EOs. But, we are hopefully going to be making those determinations sooner rather than later.
And again, I just want to underscore, as I've spoken with our senators, we're not entirely sure if he's working within the framework of his authority, right? So it's a legitimate question in terms of what this so-called pause means, but no one has been able to determine whether or not the executive branch has the ability to or rescind a law that has been specified in terms of appropriations.
Hey, Mayor.
Hey. I'm sorry. Yo. Okay.
Very funny. Mayor, you didn't make a comment when other politicians did on Hamline. I don't think you publicly appeared in the areas affected by ICE efforts, but you're also clear today in your sanctuary city stances. What balance are you trying to strike when it comes to showing support for communities facing deportations and challenging Trump?
Calm leadership. It's calm leadership. This is what executive leadership looks like. Look, I have an incredible team. There's a lot of people who serve this city, whether you're in the police department, public health department, budget, streets and sanitation, our public schools, or city colleges. As I've expressed, our chief operations officer has a responsibility to continue to bring people together to ensure that there are procedural protocols that we maintain. I know that there is duress and stress. I was talking to my deputy mayor for immigrant, migrant, and refugee rights, Beatrice Ponce de Leon, and she is doing an absolute fabulous job of coordinating with our alders, with our community-based organizations, partners, and there's real anxiety in the air. And I just think it's important that the people of Chicago to know that the type of fear that this administration is trying to incite, we are demonstrating that we are going to protect the residents of this city, and we're going to continue to challenge the federal government to make critical investments in the lives of people who want a better, stronger, safer Chicago. And so, just like we dealt with the crisis at the border when the Republican Party attacked our city, sending buses without notice, we got through that. We're going to get through this moment, and we're going to get through it together.
And another question for you and Superintendent Snelling. Do you know the identities of the individuals taken into custody in Chicago and whether they were indeed convicted of violent offenses, as Trump officials have said?
So what I will tell you about that is that we don't have that information right now. We leave that to the federal agencies who take those people into custody. But again, and I'll say it again, what has been communicated to us, and this was communicated to us directly from the federal agency, that they're looking for people with criminal convictions. So we're staying focused on what we do as a police department for the city of Chicago and keeping people safe. But we also want to put a message out to people that there's no need to be afraid to show up to work. There's no need to be afraid to go to school. If you know that you are a law-abiding citizen here in the, or just a law-abiding individual here in the city of Chicago who, wants to work and provide for your family, show up to work. The kids need to be educated, and let's take the fear out of it.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
What communications did CPS officials make to your office on Friday before they told the press that there was an ICE raid at Hamline Elementary?
Garion?
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Gary Gatewood. The lines of communication will be stronger. This is why we waited to make sure we verified information before information was out. But the lines of communication with CPS and all of our agencies will be stronger. As the mayor mentioned, this is some of the work that our COO is leading.
Can you be more specific on how the protocol will be improved? Because it did seem like from our end that the sister agency was not in lockstep with City Hall.
Yeah, the protocol will be improved because our COO is leading that effort to make sure people understand their roles and responsibilities and making sure those protocols are followed going forward.
Thank you.
Cool.
Mayor Johnson, there are over 400,000 illegal aliens, migrants in the state of Illinois, city of Chicago. Many of them have criminal and deportation orders. There are, at best, because of Chicago's sanctuary city policy, a revolving door policy towards illegal aliens who have committed the most heinous of crimes. Chicagoans are asking me, what would it take for you to perhaps take their safety and their security seriously? What if something were to happen, if an illegal were to rape, rob, murder, commit a hit and run against you or Stacy, your wife? Would that be enough for you to take this public safety crisis seriously?
Well, safety is our top priority, and we've already made critical investments in the city of Chicago to continue to build safer communities. That's why in every major category, violent crime continues to go down because of those investments. And so the federal government has a responsibility that if there are individuals that are undocumented that have been convicted of a crime, that is their responsibility to apprehend those individuals and deport them. That's nothing new. Every administration has done that. Some administrations have been aggressively working to deport individuals. I believe between 2006 and 2016, I believe it was about 2 million individuals were deported. So this is not unprecedented in that regard. But the federal agents that have the responsibility to detain and deport undocumented individuals that have been charged or, convicted of a crime, that is their responsibility, and I fully expect them to uphold uphold the law.
The people of Chicago tell me that your answers are nothing more than double talk, word salad, pre-scripted PR statements. Tom Holman showed up in Chicago and within 24 hours found a convicted sex offender who has been living in our city since 2009, flouting the sex offender registry. If he can do this, why can't you?
Because that's their job. That is their job. The federal government
not to keep
has a
the people of Chicago
responsibility
safe?
to make sure that individuals who are undocumented, who have been charged with, convicted of a crime, it is the federal government's responsibility to do their part and uphold the law. Our local police department, along with our public health department, along with our other sister agencies, are working to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago. And as we've stated repeatedly, those critical investments, you continue to see the results of those investments as violent crime continues to fall in Chicago. Thank you very much.
And good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
How or what can the city do to assure people who are now afraid that they can go to work, they can go to church, when the authorities are allegedly operating under the permission to go to churches and schools? How can you make people feel more secure when they're hearing from Washington that those places that they feel should be secure are not?
Well, those places are secure and they are safe. And, as the superintendent indicated, he's in communication with key members within the federal government that provide detail of where they will seek these individuals that fit within this category. But there is ongoing work that's being done and led by our Deputy Mayor of Community Safety and our Deputy Mayor of Immigrant, Migrant, and Refugee Rights. Beatrice, would you like to speak to some of that work that we are doing
You're just listening in there to Mayor Brandon Johnson talking about this, but he also mentioned this anxiety in the air in the Windy City after this crackdown, this nationwide enforcement effort around immigration. I do want to put up just some video here on Live Now from Fox as a recent ICE report operation targeted 300 individuals in Chicago. Also, Mayor Brandon Johnson summoned to testify before Congress on the city's sanctuary city status. So we're following it very closely. And of course, headlines made over the weekend about a mistaken identity at a school, an elementary school, that they believed it was ICE, but it was actually Secret Service for an entirely different subject, a different investigation. All right, let's bring in right now to the conversation Chicago Tribune reporter on immigration and education, Nell Salzman. Nell, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Let's first start with the summon for Johnson to appear before Congress. Several other mayors around the country from Boston, New York, Denver, notably also summoned before Congress. He said there was going to be a legal review. What's the likelihood that he ends up on Capitol Hill?
He's not being clear about whether or not he will go to DC, and he's just not answering questions from what we heard today in the press conference. And he's diverting that responsibility and that effort to the legal team with the city, who is still reviewing that letter.
And I want to ask you, because we talk about the sanctuary city status, and of course, Mayor Adams in New York, Wu in Boston, Johnston, similar responses today. What would it take for him to get there? And has he described the sanctuary city's status? Can you describe that?
Johnson has not answered questions regarding the letter or how he feels about the letter. And I think that in terms of the sanctuary city policy, what we're hearing from him and from his deputy mayor of immigrant, migrant, refugee rights, they are promising to uphold the sanctuary city promises that have been in Chicago for many years, but he has not responded to the DC letter or request.
Of course, and yeah, we've seen these crackdowns happen in major cities around the country. We'll see if he does testify before Congress on that. I do want to get to a headline that you covered very significantly around Hamlin Elementary School, as there were reports of ICE at this elementary school. It ended up being Secret Service. Can you tell me about how that transpired, and maybe how does it speak to the nervousness of people of some of these enforcement efforts by ICE going around the city?
Sources on the ground in Chicago texted the Tribune on Friday, saying that Friday morning, late morning, saying that there was ICE entering the school building. And so when we got to the school, there were many parents who were worried, crying, telling us that they were scared ICE was entering their school. CPS then talked to the principal at the school, who was the one who initially reported what happened. She said she was approached by several officers who said they were from Department of Homeland Security, and immediately said, ICE came to the school, ICE came to the school. So CPS held a press conference afterward, reporting what she said, saying that ICE had indeed come to the school. And later we confirmed that, or we ran it by ICE, and they said no, and we were connected to Secret Service, a Secret Service spokesperson, who said that it was Secret Service, not ICE. And they're both under.
No, and these are some of the sensitive areas, the schools, the hospitals, places like that where people want to feel secure. ICE is allowed to go to those places, correct?
ICE is allowed to go to those places. ICE needs a judicial warrant to enter any building. And that's what organizers here on the ground, advocates, are telling those parents like those who were outside Hamlin on Friday, were worried, is that there is a procedure for ICE to enter a building like a school, like a church, like a hospital.
Yeah, and of course the miscommunication unfortunately led to that, and obviously there's panic and confusion about this. I want to ask you about some of the engagements there by law enforcement to get some migrants as well, and I want to put up some of this video as well. Can you talk about in detail some of what we've seen over the past several days? How large are these operations, enforcements? How many have we seen? And can you give me some numbers, if you have them, on some of the figures of migrants that have been apprehended by ICE?
So ICE is not responding to our requests for how many people have been apprehended. We know that Homan was here on Sunday starting that operation here in Chicago. And he led that operation with the help of TV personality Phil McGraw. So the numbers, haven't been confirmed. What we do know is the numbers that are posted on ICE's Twitter. Yeah. But we are seeing come across our social media pages is we are seeing posts of videos like the one you just showed of ICE entering houses. It's quick, they're quick operations, right? They're blitz. As reporters, if we are trying to get to one, it's hard to try to see what's happening, to report on it live, but we can get information and intel from people after the fact, like the video you're showing.
Yeah, of course. And just some of those like body cam footage or even cell phone video of some of those happening in real time. And of course, I put up that graphic as well. ICE enforcement, some 969 arrests, and it was over 1,100 yesterday. I do want to ask you about that moment you also mentioned with Dr. Phil there along for a ride along with ICE. What are people in Chicago saying about this? And are they saying this was potentially inappropriate?
Lawyers in Chicago, lawyers who have been in this field for decades have said they've never seen anything like this before. So it's certainly unusual. And many people, many lawyers, advocates were surprised. Usually these operations are law enforcement only, and generally they want to restrict access, ICE does, because they say it's law enforcement sensitive and that it could reveal their methods of operation, right, or how they conduct themselves. Yeah. And that would be unsafe for those who they're trying to detain.
Yeah, it's so very interesting, and that's a good point. So it's very interesting. And I also want to ask you, because you heard there from Mayor Brandon Johnson, there's an anxiety in the air. He's trying to put forward calm leadership. Can you talk and can you describe some of what he is talking about, the anxiety in Chicago, and do you sense it there?
The anxiety here is prevalent in the majority Latino neighborhoods, particularly. A lot of those districts are vacant, more quiet than normal. And while Johnson has confirmed that he is committed to the sanctuary status policies, mostly the work that's being done right now in those communities where people are fearful is through lawyers, is through those advocate networks that I've been mentioning over and over again, the people that we're talking to. The city officials are also involved, and CPD, Chicago Police Department, is also involved in those conversations. But most of the work with those people, those Hamlin parents who were crying on Friday, the mother who told me her husband was hiding in an attic, those people are mostly talking to advocates.
All right, very scary time for some individuals. And I want to ask you, because we did speak with a Fox 5 reporter in New York, and obviously a very different city and a different circumstance for what's going on there. But they were talking about how an ICE had an enforcement policy, and some of the residents that were there were almost glad that some of these migrants were taken away because they did have a criminal history. They're making some of those living conditions worse. Are we hearing any of those same stories in Chicago about how people are glad that some of these migrants, if they do have criminal histories, are no longer in the community?
Many migrants here are just worried. That's what we're hearing mostly, is just worried that they might also be picked up in one of these immigration enforcement operations that have become more prevalent across the city. So mostly it's just fear. A lot of migrants that I talk to on a daily basis say that there are good people and there are bad people, and those good people and bad people can be migrants and they can be non-migrants. There are good people and there are bad people who are non-migrants. They tell me, that's what they say to me often.
All right, very good. Nell Salzman, thank you so much. Thanks for your work at the Chicago Tribune. So much to really talk about here with all of those different facets to this complex story. Thank you again. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation there. As always, a very important headline that we're talking about in terms of this immigration crackdown in this second term as president for Donald Trump. I do want to put up that one more time, the facts and figures enforcement update today on January 28th, some 969 arrests, 869 detainers lodged. So these are some daily statistics. Yesterday it was over 1,100. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. I do want to continue this conversation as we're learning new information about the executive order for President Donald Trump as he is offering all federal workers a buyout with 7 months' pay in an effort to shrink the size of the government. I want to put this up here on Live Now from Fox and Associated Press. Breaking news as they're offering all federal employees this buyout to potentially reduce the deficit as the White House on Tuesday began offering buyouts worth 7 months of salary to all federal employees who opt to leave their jobs by January the 6th. This is a part of Trump's unprecedented overhaul of the U.S. government, and a memo from the Office of Personnel Management, the government's human resources agency, lists 4 directives that it says Trump is mandating for the federal workforce, including that most workers return to their offices full time. It also includes a, quote, deferred resignation letter for federal employees wishing to participate. In this memo, it says, quote, if you choose not to continue in your current role at the federal workforce, we thank you for your service and to the country, and you will be provided with a dignified, fair departure from the federal government utilizing a deferred resignation program. This program begins effective January 28th today and is available to all federal employees until January the 6th. It adds, if you resign under this program, you will retain all pay and benefits regardless of your daily workload and will be exempted from all applicable in-person work requirements until September the 30th. So some big news in terms of that, as it's an acceleration in President Trump's already unprecedented purge of the federal workforce. The Office, like I mentioned, of Personnel Management described the offer as an administrative leave with pay and benefits. The White House expects 5 to 10% of federal employees to accept the offer, which would potentially mean hundreds of thousands of people. The administration projects the buyouts could ultimately save taxpayers up to $100 billion. So also a live picture right there at the United States Capitol. The offer applies to all full-time employees of the federal government except for military personnel, the Postal Service, and those working in immigration enforcement or national security. The memo is just the latest step in the White House's unprecedented move to push career federal workers out of their jobs, and observers say replace them with loyalists, a return to patronage system that the federal law sought to banish more than a century ago. And we're also want to put out this here on Live Now from Fox from Reese Gorman, talking about the White House will offer all federal employees buyout that would pay them through the end of September if they chose not to return to work from a full-time in office under President Trump. Of course, we're detailing it very closely here on Live Now from Fox, but very big in terms of the deficit, but also the U.S. government in this purge for federal employees. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. As over a week now in this second term for President Trump, we've seen already several of those executive orders be held up in court, judges blocking or staying some of those initiatives, including the most recent one today around this federal funding freeze. A judge blocked that today after several states also filed a lawsuit. All right, a live picture right now in Washington, D.C. at the United States Capitol, just about 7 o'clock on the East Coast. And right now I do see Illinois Senator Dick Durbin at the lectern talking on the floor of the Senate. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
These need to get their federal funds to keep the lights on, to feed the kids, to make sure that they can heat the buildings in the winter. And today, Mr. Vaith, whoever the world he is, has decided that we're not going to give them money. Close the portal, close the opportunity for them to receive federal funds. What is he thinking? If these kids can't come to these Head Start facilities, they not only miss the opportunity for education and socialization and a warm place to be, but they're missing an opportunity that makes a difference in their lives. The other one is violence against women. The groups are calling us in Illinois. They call me because the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I serve on, authored this bill years ago. A senator from Delaware at the time, Joe Biden, introduced this legislation. And what it boils down to is if you are a victim of domestic violence, there are grants available to provide safe and secure places for you to stay rather than be put in these horrible, violent situations at home. So what are we going to do with Mr. Vaith's idea to put this on temporary pause? Are we going to have a temporary pause on violence in homes? I wish we could. But to think that he makes that kind of decision is beyond me. Where does he get the authority to do this? And doesn't he have any conscience when it comes to the impact of these decisions? Natural disaster relief speaks for itself. You think of those poor folks in California trying to recover from their own wildfires. You think of the flooding and the hurricanes and all the other events that take place. There are people who need a helping hand. Mr. Vaith decides to put that on temporary pause. Veterans benefits speaks for itself. Men and women who served our country earn these benefits by risking their lives for America. And to put those benefits on temporary pause is a disgrace. Loans to small businesses. So many aspects of business rely on just a helping hand to get started. And if you think that loans to businesses are just for little businesses, keep in mind that in 2009, Elon Musk came to Obama administration and asked for a loan so that his Tesla car company wouldn't go into bankruptcy. But there are a lot of smaller businesses just as desperate to get a helping hand. In Illinois, the impact of this thoughtless policy is already being felt. Another area that is near and dear to me is medical research. The National Institutes of Health, with an annual budget of around $38 to $40 billion, is the premier medical research agency in the world. In the world. The things that they're working on, new drugs, new surgical techniques, new treatments, will save lives. We know it. It's happened over and over again. So today they get Mr. Vaith's memo about the temporary pause in funding, and they've got to tell their laboratory researchers, doctors and specialists, to stop what they're doing at 5 o'clock today. That was the end of the funding from the federal government. Honest to goodness. Mr. Vaith, what are you thinking? Stopping medical research? You want that on your head, your conscience? Think about what that means. Federally funded research scientists are going to lose funding for this research, and the people of America will pay the price. Families will pay the price. Disability community, the same thing. Ability to access critical services for them and their loved ones. Some of these things are very basic. Paying a personal attendant who will help a disabled person get dressed in the morning so they can spend a productive day at work. If they're not there, the disabled person doesn't have that opportunity. That's a real life issue for a lot of families with disabilities. The Illinois Coalition Against Sexual Assault in Springfield contacted us today and said because of this announcement from OMB and from the Trump administration, they don't know if they'll be able to help survivors without VOCA funding. These are just a few of the many examples that emerged in the chaos of the past 24 hours. If your goal is to make America great again, why would you start by cutting these basic services for families and deserving people across this country? For goodness sakes, we're better than that. I'm proud of a nation that cares for people who need a helping hand. I'm not ashamed to say that. And some of these people, particularly veterans, earned it over and over again. These are just a few of the people who contacted us. Although the Trump administration has claimed that individuals who receive direct assistance from the government will not be affected, Americans across the country have faced severe service disruptions with Medicaid and Head Start amidst the policy changes that Mr. Vaith, the acting head of the OMB, has imposed. Even the president's own press secretary, just a few minutes ago, was unable to even answer the questions about what was going on with this OMB directive. You know why? Because this move is nothing more than a power grab designed to target the most vulnerable people and disguise it as a way to, quote, analyze government spending. Analyze government spending? Tell that to the family that's waiting desperately for medical research. Tell them that we had to just suspend that for a little while so we could do a little analysis. I want to be clear. The president is blatantly violating the law by holding up these vital funds across America. The federal funds this administration is refusing to distribute have been collected by taxpayers and appropriated by Congress, and the money belongs to the American people. It's the law. Thankfully, a federal judge here in the District of Columbia has decided to temporarily block this freeze, this temporary pause, from going into effect until next Monday, February 3rd. But this measure is only delaying chaos and uncertainty if it's President Trump's determined effort to make sure that this happens. We will not stand idly by while the President plays fast and loose with our nation's laws and the American people's lives and livelihoods. We can have fiscal responsibility we could have a budget we're proud of. But this kind of action, taken by a fellow last night somewhere in the bowels of a building here in Washington, is hurting people all across America. You can't help American families be great if you don't give them a fighting chance. We've got to stop this and stop it soon. I yield the floor.
All right, just listening in there to Senator Dick Durbin make these remarks on the floor of the Senate, talking about this federal funding freeze, also mentioning some of those comments there at the White House press briefing, talking about the uncertain nature of some of what was involved in this federal funding freeze for loans and grants, if it included Medicaid, if it did not. So that is one of the main reasons why some of this concern and panic for so many people about this. All right, we're going to continue on as we just see now stepping to the mic another senator. Let's listen in.
Constitutional and unilateral decision to halt congressionally mandated funding is against the law. It's against the Constitution. It's against the Impoundment Control Act. That's the reason why a judge this afternoon ordered that it be stopped, but only temporarily until February 3rd, and then we are in uncharted waters. This action is totally unprecedented on this scale and scope. Let's call it for what it is. It's theft. President Trump is stealing money from people's pockets and pocketbooks and wallets, threatening their ability to pay rent, heat homes. It is imperiling programs around my state and the country that provide shelter for homeless, suicide prevention for veterans, health care for people who are uninsured. The list is endless. That's not hyperbole. And just in the last 24 hours, since this news broke, Connecticut organizations are already feeling the impact, and they are contacting me, reaching out in fear and worry. I've been fielding concerns from constituents who are already seeing the impact in doctors demoralized and food insecurity workers dispirited. Some community health centers were unable to access federal funding this morning, and many of them are weighing furloughs and cuts to essential services. One nonprofit in Groton, who provides critical mental health services to children, doesn't know if they're going to have the federal funding necessary to pay their staff. Connecticut Head Start will be operating on a deficit as of February 7th if they can't access federal funding, putting the entire program at risk. Amtrak's state of good repair backlog for the Northeast Corridor is tens of billions of dollars alone, estimated $78.7 billion in 2023. This funding is critical for safety concerns, reliability, repairs along the Amtrak rail lines, funding like the Connecticut River Bridge Replacement Project and the Gateway Hudson Tunnel Replacement Project that will ensure passenger rail safety throughout New England. This freeze on fund threatens all of those projects. It imperils the federal-state partnership for intercity passenger rail and consolidated rail infrastructure. I know that this kind of blizzard of terms seems abstract and hypothetical to a lot of people, but it's real in contractors who need to meet their payroll and pay for gas for their machines and trucks. This kind of draconian, dictatorial measure imperils 100,000 households in Connecticut that rely on LIHEAP to meet their home energy needs. Uncertainty about federal funding leaves these vulnerable families unsure whether they're going to be able to heat their homes right now in the middle of winter. It has a trickle-down effect on organizations that don't benefit from federal dollars. Just one example, a Connecticut program that provides supplemental energy assistance for households that don't qualify for LIHEAP expressed concerns that they're going to face an unsustainable deluge of demand if federal fund is halted. I was in Connecticut just yesterday, seems like an age ago, announcing a Reconnecting Communities pilot grant program in New Haven. I joined the mayor of New Haven and Representative Rosa DeLorde, who announced that New Haven was awarded $2 million to reconnect neighborhoods, an exciting and inspiring project to bring communities together, increase housing and social and economic opportunities. Now residents of New Haven will be kept in waiting. I was with Connecticut farmers just yesterday. We were celebrating millions of dollars in disaster assistance from extreme weather events. Now they may not see it for months, maybe never. That's disasters resulting from flooding and hailstorm. They were counting on this disaster recovery aid. Now they may be deprived of it. Connecticut Food Share, just talked to them today as well. They're anxiously waiting to learn more about the potential impacts to halting food assistance, maybe through SNAP, the Emergency Food Assistance Program. They're unsure. The President has failed to clarify whether it will apply to SNAP, but clearly the effect psychologically, creating chaos and confusion, is itself a severe deprivation. Museums, many of whom run successful education programs, critical to our students' success, they're halting services. Even a temporary pause can have a significant impact on education. And for all of these organizations and many others, the effect is not only in dollars and cents, it is in demoralizing. People who are dedicating their lives to public service, they're working in federally supported community health centers, making less money, working longer hours, doing residencies as young doctors. And what's the expression of appreciation? It is telling them we're stopping, we're halting, we're ending the funding. It is profoundly disrespectful to those programs that often operate as a safety net, whether it's for health care or hunger or education. It is profoundly destructive to the fabric of our society in the greatest nation in the history on earth. So it is theft. It's not a victimless crime. It is illegal. It won't be punishable in a court. But my hope is the American public will rise up. They need to be the voice of conscience and conviction in this country and say to my Republican colleagues, this isn't a red or blue issue. This is about people. It is about everyday Americans who will be severely harmed and their children who will bear perhaps, unfortunately and tragically, lasting scars emotionally and maybe physically from this destructive impact on their lives. I regret that we're here today. I'm proud to be with my colleagues. I wish we were joined on the other side of the aisle. But I believe that they will hear on the Republican side, despite their silence tonight, voices that are loud and clear to them from the American people that this kind of halt, a dictatorial, illegal stop in federal funding should violate the conscience of our nation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
All right, you're just watching there. It was Senator Blumenthal making these remarks, talking about that federal funding freeze. Of course, a judge there has temporarily stayed that order, blocked the order, so it will not go into effect as it was expected several hours ago. And this is the second such time an executive order has really been halted by a judge. The other one being that birthright citizenship executive order that we were following very closely last week. I want to put up this here as it was a breaking news minutes before it was set to go into effect. The federal judge temporarily blocks Trump's administration's freeze on federal grants and loans. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Earlier today, for this executive order by President Trump around the federal freeze in funding for grants and loans, some lawmakers were calling it a constitutional crisis. And we always saw also from different attorneys general in states like New York and California filing a lawsuit. And that also goes for Arizona, as the attorney general there, Chris Mays, posting this on social media saying, quote, "This is a blatant violation of federal law and we will not allow it to stand." All right, let's be joined right now by Fox 10's Steve Nielsen. Steve, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What are we hearing from AG Mays? And give us some reaction there.
Well, she just keeps going over the word, this is illegal. That's what she keeps saying. And I asked for the specifics of why is this illegal, because it's a pause as opposed to a stop that the Trump administration wants to do here. She said, you can call it whatever you want. It's preventing this money from going to where it was appropriated to go. And I want to go over the stakes here just a little bit. It's a lot of money we're talking about. In Arizona alone, for this fiscal year, the federal government is set to give more than $12 billion in federal grants and loans. And that's why you see state leaders in Arizona fighting so hard here to try to make sure that this money is not stopped.
First press briefing, the new press secretary defended the president's decision to halt federal grants.
President Trump is looking out for you by issuing this pause.
She stressed direct aid to individuals like food stamps and Social Security would continue.
Past 4 years, we've seen the Biden administration spend money like drunken sailors.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing, along with 22 other states, listing multiple programs and task force that will lose funding.
That Donald Trump wants to declare these drug cartels terrorists in one breath, and in the next breath, he is defunding our efforts to bring those drug cartels down.
The effects of the proposed grant freeze are widespread.
It's huge uncertainty.
Dr. Vershale Shukla at Vincere Cancer Center says the majority of firefighters receive cancer screenings through federal programs.
A majority of the rural firefighters in smaller cities do not have it available, and those firefighters are dying of cancer, and so we're scared.
Many nonprofits revealed the stress they're now facing.
It is really some pretty devastating news.
New Life Center, which supports domestic violence survivors in the Valley, says 75% of their staff is paid through federal grants.
We really wish that we could just do what we're best at doing, and that is providing critical services to survivors of domestic violence and victims of crime, instead of continuously worrying about funding.
At the city of Phoenix, the mayor says $35 million's on the line for police and fire. Sky Harbor Airport has $152 million in federal funding. The University of Arizona received nearly $200 million in federal research funding in 2023, and ASU put out guidance to research grant recipients on what to do. The AG says the AZ Department of Economic Security is unable to access $200 million in funding.
And as we saw throughout a lot of the country, there was Medicaid sites that were down today. That created a lot of confusion. The Arizona governor, though, has confirmed that Access, which is Arizona's Medicaid site, that's back up and running. And the White House says all of the payments were still processed throughout the day. The politics of this, Andy, are really interesting to watch, especially as we were at that news conference with the Attorney General. She had a lot to talk about. Again, we're talking about $12 billion in the state going to all these different little things. But the thing she kept focusing on more than anything else was the impacts to her office's ability to fight drug cartels. That's obviously something we've seen President Trump campaign on vigorously, is the border and stopping drug cartels and drugs flowing into our country. And she was saying this decision would prevent her office from being able to fight drug cartels.
Yeah, it's all very interconnected. And like you mentioned, there was panic, there was confusion today about this, because I don't think people realize how much these grants and loans go to so many different people. I do want to ask you, because this is just a temporary block by the judge. How long does that last, and are there any plans for after that?
This decision by this federal judge, this is on one of the lawsuits that's filed, not the lawsuit that was connected to these 22 states. In this specific lawsuit, the judge has blocked it until next week. Monday evening would be where it would go to. After that, we're not really sure what would take place. It's still that confusion that we're still feeling that a lot of these nonprofits feel too. So, you know, they at least have a little bit more time here, about a week, to try to adjust, get those the purse strings all connected to how they need to be able to figure all of this out. But we'll see what takes place throughout federal court here this week, because, again, there's still this other lawsuit that needs to be considered too.
Yeah, President Trump in his second term, very busy out of the get-go. State's AG's also very busy, because this is the second time we've seen Chris Mays in as many weeks there talking about lawsuits against some executive orders. Steve Nielsen, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, your reporting here on Live Now.
Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Great conversation there, as always. That was the main story of the day about this federal freeze of funding there around loans and grants. A live picture right now there in Arizona, in Phoenix, as Chris Mays there filing this lawsuit to halt it. It is just a temporary ban at this point. Let's take you out to some of her comments from earlier today discussing this, as she says she will not allow it to stand. Let's hear the AG from Arizona.
Everybody okay? All right, good afternoon. I'm Attorney General Chris Mays. Thank you for joining me here today. Another week, Another blatantly illegal and unconstitutional action from Donald Trump's new administration. Yesterday's memo from the Office of Management and Budget issuing a temporary pause of federal grants, loans, and official and financial assistance programs will immediately result in devastating harm to American citizens and Arizonans. These lawless and chaotic order attempts to steal allocated dollars that have been included in state budgets. These funds ensure that the residents of Arizona and all other states have access to quality health care, law enforcement protection, safe roads, and assistance in the aftermath of natural disasters.
All right, that was just from earlier on today as it was Chris Mays discussing this federal funding freeze. Let's take you out to a live event right now, speaking on the Senate floor, other lawmakers about this and what it could mean. Of course, a judge has blocked this federal funding freeze. Let's listen in to what they have to say from Washington, D.C.
Paused? Will patients be able to continue receiving potentially life-saving treatments as part of critical clinical trials? The programs our veterans rely on could be cut. Programs children and families rely on could be cut. Support for our farmers could be cut. The list goes on and on. But my office saw and heard the people behind this list. Like the deputy fire chief who called today wondering if he was going to have to lay off some of his firefighters. Or the mothers and local school district staff that we heard from who called worried that their kids would not be able to get a hot school lunch tomorrow. We heard from a child care facility in western Wisconsin that would be forced to lay off people by Thursday if these cuts went into effect. My office heard from a mother whose son is disabled, and she didn't know if his Medicaid was going to be cut or not. I heard from a substance use treatment provider and a domestic abuse shelter administrator who didn't know if they could help those fighting addiction or escaping unsafe situations. These people are real. These are very real consequences if the president gets away with this unconstitutional power grab and cuts programs that Americans rely on. I am calling on my Democratic and Republican colleagues to speak out against this overreach. Stand up for your constituents, and for that matter, stand up for the Constitution.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I'm honored to be with my colleagues on the floor to talk about the actions that have become very manifest in Virginia today because of the president's executive orders, particularly the recent order pausing federal funding, grant funding, program funding. And I want to thank my colleagues for being here on the floor to talk about this and share just in the last 24 hours what Virginians are saying and what Virginians are asking and what Virginians are worried about. And then I want to make one point about my federal workforce and an offer that the president made to them at the end of the day. And then finally raise a question of what President Trump is afraid of. President Trump has 2 Republican houses. If he wants to do something to shrink the size of government, if he wants to do something to reduce spending here or there, we've got a March 14 budget deadline, and he's got 2 Republican houses, and there's a way to do this unless you are afraid that your Republican majorities don't want to go as far as you do in cutting Medicaid and cutting Medicare and endangering Social Security and hurting kids and hurting veterans and hurting families. So let me talk about the orders of the day and then the federal workforce and finish with this question: what is President Trump afraid of? I started to hear from Virginians about this federal funding pause yesterday. I was at an event in Fredericksburg to kick off tax season, and the local United Way and Chamber of Commerce were initiating something they've done for 21 years in a row, volunteer tax assistance for low and middle income folks. Classic community program. A lot of volunteers help everyday folks figure out how to file their taxes and make sure that they can get benefits that they are entitled to. As I was at this kickoff, people came up to me and said, hey, I'm a veteran. I'm trying to get an appointment at a VA hospital or clinic, but the VA portal is closed to me. What's going on? What's going on? This was the leading edge of this chaos. Someone else came to me at this session, you know, this kind of good news event about volunteer tax assistance and said, the federal government is paid to build a VA clinic in Fredericksburg, state of the art, right on Interstate 95, visible to all, scheduled to open in February. We are still being told that the grand opening is going to happen, but now those working there are saying they're under a hiring freeze. We've spent tens of millions of dollars to build this facility that looks great, but we're under a hiring freeze. Can we even hire people to serve the veterans in this region? This was how it started. From then to today, let me tell you other calls of anguish we've received in our office. 2 child care centers, one in the Williamsburg area, one in Appalachia, far, far away in Southwest Virginia. We think our funding is being cut off. We think we may not have enough to pay staff. And we also think parents who are receiving some child care funding, that may get cut off. And so neither they can afford child care nor we can afford to maintain the employment of these hardworking child care workers to child care centers. Universities reached out to me today. We're doing cutting edge medical research. We have contracts that are ongoing right now, and we're about to send a bill to the federal government because we do the work and then we submit bills. We're not sure it's going to be paid. What do? Lay off the researchers and not get the research done? What should we do, Senator? There's an organization in Virginia called the Virginia Healthcare Foundation. What they do is they help low-income people and seniors apply for Medicaid, apply for Affordable Care Act subsidies. They have a contract with CMS to help them hire 8 staffers, they call them navigators, who work around the state helping low-income people access programs to which they are entitled, for which they have paid taxes. They received the note suggesting that that grant to hire these navigators to help everyday people was going to expire, and they couldn't get any federal funding after 5 o'clock today. They heard this late yesterday, so they did what any good organization would do. They reached out this morning to the CMS to say, please give us the payment right now before 5 o'clock today. And what they got back from CMS was, sorry, our website is down. We've just decided that today will be the day that we'll just spend time repairing our website, and it will be open again soon. Open again soon, but after the 5 o'clock deadline. You don't have to be a genius to figure this out. Hurting people getting health insurance, hurting people trying to get Medicaid benefits, hurting child care centers, hurting veterans trying to get appointments, hurting a VA clinic we spent tens of millions of dollars to build by threatening through a hiring freeze the ability of this place to open. And that's just a little snapshot. There was an earlier order freezing foreign assistance funding. A whole lot of nonprofits, church-based nonprofits like World Vision and other organizations that do foreign assistance work around the world, humanitarian aid in Ukraine, for example, they were told they don't get funding anymore. The only foreign assistance we will give, according to the Trump executive order, is military armaments transfers to 2 countries in the world, Egypt and Israel. No humanitarian aid, no transfer of military assistance to other nations. And this is all on the say-so of a president trying to overturn existing appropriations bills that have been passed by bipartisan Congress. If I've heard these stories in one day, and my colleagues have heard these stories in one day, I know what I'm going to hear tomorrow. I'm going to hear through the weekend. This is going to build like an avalanche, and it's not just Democratic senators who are hearing these stories. We have to respect the law and congressional appropriations. And I ask anyone hearing who's concerned about this, if you're in Virginia, call my office. If you're not in Virginia, call your congressman or woman, call your senator, and tell them the president is not above the law. The president must follow the law, and it's Congress, Democrats and Republicans, who have to ensure that the president follows the law. Second, Mr. President, I want to talk about federal employees. The federal employees received an interesting email at the end of the day today. I happen to have some fellows assigned to me who are not Senate employees, but they are executive branch employees, as most of us have, working in my office. And they received an email that said, from the administration, if you tender your resignation by next Friday, we will guarantee you payment through the end of September, whether or not you show up for work. So tender your resignation, and then, boy, it's just going to be a gravy train. You're just going to get paid for 7 months without working. The president has no authority to make that offer. There's no budget line item to pay people who are not showing up for work. This is a guy who made this promise to contractors again and again and again when he was a private business guy. Oh, come work for me on my casino. Come work for me in a hotel. We're going to do a handshake. We're going to do a contract. The contractor does the work and then finds out they get stiffed. So my message to federal employees who receive this is, yeah, the president has tried to terrorize you for about a week, and then gives you a little sweetheart offer. If you resign in the next week, we're just going to pay you for doing nothing for the next 7 months. Don't be fooled. He's tricked hundreds of people with that offer. If you accept that offer and resign, he'll stiff you just like he stiffed the contractors. He doesn't have any authority to do this. Do not be fooled by this guy. You were here before he was here, and you'll be here after he was here. Show up for work, be diligent, serve Americans every day, make their life better, answer their phone call, give them an answer, track down their constituent call. Don't be fooled by a fake offer that because he's terrorized you in the last week, it would be easy to just resign now and get a check for 7 months, because I can tell you that promise is worth nothing. And you will regret it just like these contractors regretted it who did work for this guy when he was a businessman. Finally, Mr. President, last thing I'll say is this. What is this move by the president to try to shrink the federal workforce? Because we all know this. If he can persuade a bunch of people to resign, he'll stiff them, and then he won't fill the position. So, okay, that's one way to shrink the federal workforce. If I can get away with not distributing money that pursuant to a congressional appropriation, okay, that'll shrink the federal budget. But wait a minute. The president has 2 Republican houses. We are supposed to come up with a budget deal by March 14. What's today? Is it like the 25th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 28th? Is today January 28th? Think I'm right? March 14 isn't very far away. We are supposed to come up with a budget deal by March 14th. And the president is like sitting in the catbird seat. He's got 2 Republican houses. So if he wants to slash federal spending, if he wants to reduce the federal workforce, if he wants to gut Medicaid, gut Medicare, gut Social Security, gut the SNAP program, gut low-income heating assistance, gut rental assistance, gut Title I funding to our public schools, guess what? He's got 2 Republican houses that he can persuade to do his bidding. He's been pretty good so far at persuading these 2 houses to do his bidding. So why didn't he do that? That would be the lawful way to accomplish that. If President Trump could convince the 2 houses to slash all these programs in a budget, that would be lawful. Get an appropriations deal that cuts all these programs the way he and Russell Vought and Project 2025 want to do it. But that's not what he's doing. He's doing it, trying to do it on his own. Why? Why would President Trump, who has a clearly legal path ahead of him that he can exercise over the course of the next 6 weeks, it's not very long, to get a budget deal with 2 Republican houses, why would a President Trump with 2 Republican houses in 6 weeks to get a budget deal to do everything he wants, why would he not exercise that route, but instead use an illegal route as an executive to slash funding contrary to clear statute? It's because he doesn't think that elected Republican members of the House of Representatives and the Senate will go along with his radical plans. He doesn't think he can convince my GOP colleagues to take the axe to all these programs and hurt the American people in the way he wants to. Let's make President Trump do this the right way, not the wrong way. Let's put it on the shoulders of President Trump and the 2 Republican majorities. You want to slash all this stuff? Fine. Have that debate on the floor of the Senate, on the floor of the House. When we're doing the budget negotiation between now and March 14, show the American public your homework. Show them who's going to get hurt. Show them that we're going to hurt everyday people at the expense of the big guys that are getting the tax cut in the reconciliation bill later. Let's really have that debate right here in the full view of the American public with these spotlights on and the TV broadcasting it. That's what this president is afraid of, and that's why he's using this illegal strategy to accomplish what he is afraid he can't accomplish in the Article 1 branch. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you, and I thank my colleagues. You know, President...
All right, Andrew Kraft here. You've been watching senators there, primarily Democratic senators, on the floor, really towards some of these executive actions and moves that we have been talking about throughout the course of the day, including this federal funding freeze directed by the Office of Management and Budget to pause all federal grants. And this has been quite disruptive, though the White House, in their first on-camera press briefing today, the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said some very crucial programs were excluded from that federal funding pause. So we'll be getting into all of that. But as you know, we reported this a couple of hours ago. It is on pause. A brief administrative stay was issued by a federal judge, and that is now in place until Monday to get all of this sorted out. You also heard there Senator Kaine, the Democrat from Virginia, really go on at length and lambaste this other executive order that was just made real in the last hour. And within that, the Trump administration is now offering every member of the federal workforce, of the federal government, and basically severance package if they want to resign their jobs within the federal government. They have to decide by next Friday, and they will get full back pay until September. So this is also getting a lot of attention, quite controversial here. So we're going to be talking about all of this. We're going to be talking about whether or not President Trump and his administration is doing this on firm legal footing and firm legal grounds here. We're going to be bringing on some lawyers to help us explain, does the president, does the executive branch have the authority to do this? Is it in their purview? So I'll be looking forward to that. I hope you are as well. But in the meantime, let's take that commercial break. When we come back, we'll be diving into some more of this immigration news. More raids by ICE conducted in cities around the country today, including the Big Apple. When we come back, though, we're going out to Texas to get a look at how many arrests ICE made today. We'll have that for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and more senators speaking on the floor right now there. Let's go outside the Capitol. Live picture there in Washington. Well, we're kind of dealing with these really big, dueling, competing headlines right now. One, this, a federal judge temporarily blocking part of the Trump administration's plans to freeze all federal aid. The White House argued earlier that the White House counsel's office believes it is, quote, within the president's power to do it, and therefore he's doing it. We'll be diving into that subject a little bit later on. Also, the other dueling headline right now that the Office of Personnel Management, that's like the federal government's HR department. Well, it has sent out emails to the full federal workforce offering the option of resignation with full pay and benefits until September the 30th. Those workers have until next Friday to decide here. So a lot of these Democratic senators especially are really lambasting these two pieces of news here. Let's keep listening. Peter Welch, the Democrat of Vermont, is speaking.
If you worship community service, if you worship generosity, forgiveness, empathy, you're a sucker. That's the emotional message from this President Trump. Our people in Vermont, our people in Utah, they want and they do better. When they see injustice, they see suffering, they respond to it. They don't intensify it. So we have a decision as United States senators to stand up for what this institution requires, and that is that we are a separate and co-equal branch of government. And when the responsibilities are being subverted by an overreach by the executive, we resist. And we resist because it's absolutely vital to the well-being of this country that our democracy prevail, three branches of government, checks and balances. But it's really fundamentally important to the well-being of the people we represent that their opportunity to live with stability, the ability to help their neighbors, to have confidence that promises made are promises kept, that we defend the good work, the goodwill, the integrity of the people of Vermont, the people of Utah, and of all of our 50 states. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, as much as President Trump.
Okay, so we're going to be popping in and out there of the Senate floor, but as you can see, many prominent Senate Democrats are taking the opportunity right now to voice their opposition against some of the recent actions made by the Trump administration when it comes to not only immigration enforcement, but also this memo that was sent out by the Office of Management and Budget, declaring that some, if not all, federal programs, grants, and funds would be frozen. And the fallout continues, so much so a federal judge getting involved, putting a brief administrative stay in place until this is all sorted out. That stay is in place until Monday. Also, many Democratic senators going on at length about this executive order having to do with the makeup of the federal workforce of the federal government. Remember, that's 2 million people, 2 million employees. Well, the Trump administration offering them a get out of jail free card, so to speak, offering to buy out their employment as they may resign by next Friday. They have to decide by next Friday. And if they do, they get full pay and benefits until September for the next 7 or so months here. So a lot of people are talking about that. Also, though, a lot of people talking about the crisis at the southern border and the illegal immigration crisis firsthand in the midst of all of these raids being conducted now by immigrations and customs enforcement in cities all across the country. You know, federal agents have arrested thousands in major cities like Boston, like Chicago, and like Austin. Well, as part of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown as well. Well, the priority right now, immigrants with a criminal history. You heard there yesterday in some of those sound bites from Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. He said, first the worst when it comes to these undocumented migrants? Well, Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Alegre is live in Houston with the latest on some of these raids and how the agencies are carrying out these operations. She joins us. Sarah, good to see you here. I know you're keeping a lot of tabs on this. What do we need to know today?
Hi there, Andrew. Well, here's what we found out from the state of Texas. Looking at this from a closer lens here, Governor Abbott did announce today that he's going to deploy tactical strike teams to help government officials when it comes to targeting undocumented immigrants, mainly those, as we mentioned, with a criminal history. Now, we saw some examples of this over the weekend with 2 recent arrests of alleged child sex offenders here in the southeast Texas region. Now, this was both a collaborative effort between state authorities along with Homeland Security. Here's the first individual. His name is Jorge Dionisio Hernandez. He's been on the run since January of 2022. Now, Homeland Security tells us he has 2 prior DWI convictions and is wanted for alleged child molestation. The next individual, Omar David Zavala from El Salvador, has been on the run since 2022 as well. Special agents say he's an MS-13 gang member. Zavala is wanted for allegedly sexually assaulting a child, making terroristic threats, and obstruction. Now, we did talk to a former DEA agent. He tells me he thinks a strong federal response is necessary.
We've got to take a hard stand against not just the illegal migrants coming into the country, but the illegal drugs coming into the country. And I believe they're interchangeable. I believe they're one and the same.
And as we've reported, we saw several arrests over the weekend here in parts of Texas. These are photos from the DEA Houston Division of a targeted enforcement operation. ICE also confirms raids in San Antonio, McAllen, Austin, as we mentioned, and Dallas-Fort Worth, where 84 arrests were made on Sunday alone. This, of course, has brought along some anxiety and protests amongst migrant advocacy groups. We also have new numbers in from ICE. This is as of midnight. So for today, we have seen 969 arrests. 869 of those are immigration holds. Andrew, back to you.
So, Sarah, you're there in Houston. Have you seen any protests or demonstrations against some of these raids there in one of the country's biggest cities?
And more of a micro since we have seen migrant advocacy groups step up during this time, advocating on behalf of those who can't advocate for themselves at this time, they say. We've also seen protests in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, along with Austin as well. Like I said, these are spanned out across the state of Texas. We have several groups here that are advocating for migrants, and then several for these raids at this time, especially when it comes to the targeted raids for people with criminal history. 80% of polling shows that that's what people wanted to begin with. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag here locally, but we are seeing those micro groups advocating on behalf of those migrants. Andrew?
Sarah Alegre there live for us in Houston. Sarah, thanks for bringing us this story. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, so this is what we're going to do each and every day while we have the data at hand, while we have the numbers at hand. Remember, they've been put out by ICE each and every day since these raids have been conducted. Remember, we're only a week and a day into the Trump administration 2.0 here. So let's put the numbers up from today, and they go as follows. The enforcement update for today, ICE saying today, this is, remember, just today, this is not comprehensively in total, just today, 969 arrests have been made, 869 detainers have been lodged there. So that's as of midnight. And so we're going to continue bringing you this stat, this figure each and every day. But as you know, we're going to go kind of around the country here. We've been relying so heavily on some of our Fox partners around the country, and they've been documenting some of the reaction to some of these ICE raids, including there in Atlanta. Let's watch.
Officials from both the city of Brookhaven here, as well as their neighbors in Chamblee, have sent out statements basically distancing themselves from the raids, saying that they have absolutely nothing to do with them, and saying that they're giving support to the folks who live in their communities who are scared or targeted by them.
ICE had no communication with us before they did this.
City leaders in Brookhaven and Chamblee were caught off guard by the immigration raids, some of which have taken place along Buford Highway.
It has left our community very terrified, scared. There's a lot of folks that didn't go to work today.
And principals say parents are keeping their kids out of school.
If a parent is taken up through a sweep with, the child at school, then what does the child come home to?
While police can't stop the raid, Chamblee's mayor did offer advice to anyone targeted by ICE.
If somebody knocks on your door and says they're ICE, ask for the warrant. We know that it has to be a warrant signed by a judge.
He also says be respectful. Don't answer any questions and call a lawyer.
These people are members of our community. They, are small business owners. They are workers at small businesses. Their children are parts of our communities.
Both Brookhaven and Chamblee call themselves welcoming communities where everyone should feel at home.
We want those families to know that we love them, we support them, and we want to be here for them.
The mayor of Chamblee says after he found out about the raids, he actually posted his support for residents who might be scared by them, even those that are undocumented. Now, to give you an idea of just how sensitive an issue this is, some folks reacted positively to his post, while others said that he should be removed from office and even kicked out of town. Reporting from Brookhaven, I'm Mark Teichner, Fox 5 News.
Mark, thanks so much. In the meantime, let's move from the Atlanta area now to the Dallas area. Gorgeous nighttime skyline view there over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Well, there, our colleagues at Fox 4, including reporter Amelia Jones, profiling a substitute teacher who is welcoming some of these ICE agents into schools. Let's listen.
Undocumented families across the country are feeling fear and worry after the Trump administration announced it would allow agencies to make immigration arrests at schools, churches, and hospitals, ending a policy that had been in place since 2011.
I think children are worried. I think their parents are very worried. I think people wonder what is the next thing.
Bob Sanborn is the president and CEO of the nonprofit organization Children at Risk. He says regardless of immigration status, children's education is protected by law.
The Supreme Court has said that every child has an opportunity for an education, whether they're documented or undocumented. They have the ability to go to school in the United States.
This weekend, Fort Worth ISD says a substitute teacher commented on an X post calling for ICE to raid Northside High School. It says in part, quote, "I have so many students who don't even speak English. They have to communicate through their iPhone translator with me. The government should overhaul the Texas school system." Fort Worth ISD says the district is investigating the post, and per district protocol, the employee is not allowed on campus during the investigation.
And so when you start saying, come raid our school, you're talking about the majority of children in our schools in Texas are Latino. And so you just can't make assumptions.
In a letter to parents and staff, Fort Worth ISD Interim Superintendent Karen Molinar tried to ease concerns by sharing that the district does not ask students or families about immigration status, and student privacy is protected by law. A protest in Fort Worth on Sunday called for the protection of children in North Texas schools. A third-grade teacher in Fort Worth ISD says her students are afraid to come to class.
Yes, just on Friday, 3 of my parents said that they were not sending their kids to school anymore because they're afraid.
A fear Jeanette Martinez says an 8-year-old shouldn't have.
They don't know. They don't know all this is evil, and they're just trying to get an education. Children should not be afraid. They should not.
Sanborn agrees the kids should stay out of it.
Yes, let's solve immigration, but let's not really worry kids any more than they need to be worried.
All right, we thank Fox 4 Dallas's Amelia Jones there, live back in Dallas. In the meantime, though, we do have a statement in from the Fort Worth Intermediate School District. I want to put this up here. They say this on the substitute teacher's social media post, that they're aware of a recent social media post referencing Northside High School, which was allegedly made by a substitute teacher and has caused concern among our Fort Worth ISD community. They say we take this matter very seriously and are conducting a thorough investigation to understand the circumstances and ensure appropriate actions are taken. As per district protocol, the employee will not be on campus during the investigation. They say, we're committed to maintaining a positive and supportive environment for all students. We appreciate your patience and understanding as we address this matter. So, statement in from the Fort Worth Independent School District there. Wanted to make sure we got that in. Well, speaking of school districts and whether or not they will comply, say if ICE agents show up to the school, we haven't seen any instances of that. Remember, just last week there was that falsely reported incident in Chicago at Hamline Elementary School. Well, come to find out, those were not ICE agents there to conduct a raid. They were Secret Service agents there for something wholly unrelated. So, wanted to make sure we got that on the record. You know that by now. But let's move now from Chicago to the nation's second largest school district, putting up a statement here from LA School Police. This is the police force that operates in LAUSD. They say this: as the second largest school police department in the nation, it is the LA School Police Department's mandate, duty, and mission to provide a safe and welcoming environment for all students to learn and succeed. They say the dedicated men and women of the LASPD who serve our schools daily have always been and will continue to be role models, mentors, and pillars of support and safety for all our students. They say we follow district policy and comply with state and federal laws related to the confidentiality of student records. We do not assist or engage in immigration compliance checks, immigration enforcement activities, or ICE-related task force operations. They say it's our duty to work with school administration to ensure that every student, regardless of disability, gender, gender identity, nationality, race or ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or any other characteristic, has the right to attend school in an environment free of crime, intimidation, or hate-oriented actions and dialogue there. So that's coming in from the chief, the interim chief of the LA School Police Department. So I thought that was interesting, not going as far as to say that they will not comply, say, if ICE agents show up to a school in the Los Angeles Unified School District, but saying it is not their role to intervene or to assist in the event thereof. So major news coming from Los Angeles School Police Department there, the nation's second largest school police department in the nation. All of a piece of these immigration-related stories that we are following. We have more, and we want to get to those as well, including going now from Los Angeles to Chicago. Well, as you know, we were reporting all day, there are Republicans on Capitol Hill who are requesting that some of these mayors in Democratic-led cities like Chicago, like Los Angeles, like New York, to come before relevant committees and explain the sanctuary city status of their cities. Well, this is all playing out in the Windy City, in Chicago, rather. Fox 32 reporter Dane Placco has more. Let's watch.
This desire to popularize fear is unconscionable and abhorrent. There's no other way to describe it.
Mayor Brandon Johnson, along with his department heads, blasted the ICE raids that started across the Chicago area last weekend as an attempt by the Trump administration to instill fear in working-class immigrant communities. But Johnson says it won't change Chicago's status as a sanctuary city.
I'm standing with the full force of government today to demonstrate that Chicago is a welcoming city. Regardless of who's in the White House, Chicago is a city that opens its arms to people from around the globe.
Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling says he believes more than 100 people have been arrested since the Target federal operation started on Saturday. And he believes most of those taken into custody so far did have outstanding warrants or criminal backgrounds.
We're hearing that children aren't going to school, people aren't going to work. There's a level of fear out there that we have to bring down. And as authorities, we have a responsibility to be that calming voice.
Mayor Johnson would not say whether he'll honor a request to testify before the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, which plans to hold hearings with several big city mayors over their status as sanctuary cities.
It would be premature to talk about going until such time that we properly digested all the legal issues as well as the other substantive aspects of the communication from the Oversight Committee.
So we thank Fox 32 Chicago reporter Dane Placco for bringing us that story. We spoke with him live earlier this afternoon. In the meantime, though, really the focal point of some of these ICE raids today was in New York City. Live picture there as well. Well, we know now the newly confirmed Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, former South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, was on hand for some of these ICE raids in the New York City area. And you see there now Secretary Kristi Noem with the photo saying, arresting some criminal aliens this morning in New York City. She says thank you to the brave officers involved. And then she included the relevant agencies there assisting with some of these raids, like DHS, like ICE, like Secret Service, like the DEA, and the U.S. Marshals Service, also the NYPD, helping out and assisting in carrying out some of these raids here. In the meantime, though, we did hear from Secretary Noem earlier today in New York. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. It's good to see all of you. Go ahead and be seated. Thank you so much for that wonderful welcome, and thank you to Deputy Secretary Kari Huffman. He's been fantastic, hasn't he? Let's give him a round of applause. Thank him. I had the chance to visit with him several times on the phone before I was actually sworn in, and we had candid conversations and visited. And when I got here, he handed me a binder full of papers and he said, I signed all of this, hope you wanted me to. But I've enjoyed spending time with him and with all of you. Thank you for welcoming me so much. And I am so thrilled to be a part of the family at the United States Department of Homeland Security. Your mission is big and it's vast. And I know that you approach it with the seriousness of which the day and age that we live in requires. So just know that I am committed to fulfilling our mission with you and walking alongside all of you as you do your work every day to make sure that not only do you accomplish your job and do it with excellence, but that you have the assurance that your families will be safe also, and that we leave this country safe for our kids and our grandkids far into the future. Now, as Secretary, that's my responsibility, but it also is my responsibility to do everything that I can to give you the resources that you need to do your job. You need the training, you need the equipment and the resources to make sure you're prepared for every single situation you find yourself in. Now, my background and experience is in business. It's also in serving at the state legislative level. I served in Congress, and I also have served as governor. But that experience tells me that if you want people to perform with excellence, you have to equip and prepare them to do so. And that is my commitment to all of you, that we will walk through every single situation together, and I'll prepare you as much as I can for it, and we'll have the flexibility to make sure that we can always keep the American people first and foremost. I am thrilled that President Trump trusted me with this job. And I'll tell all of you that the reason that he trusted me with this job is because when he talked to me about what my future looked like, I asked him for it. I said, I would like to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, sir, because it's your #1 priority. And I love my job as governor of South Dakota. I love my home and my family. I would not leave them to spend time away unless I was doing something of significance. That's the family I was raised in, that we talked every day about the fact that our work should matter and it should have a purpose, and we should be able to explain why we do what we do, and that it has something that we can show the next generation that really mattered for their future and for this country. So today, I'm hoping all of us will be a beacon of freedom, of light, and of hope, that when people look at us, they don't just see people who are there in a time of crisis or conflict, but we're also people that bring a smile to people's faces and remind them what America is about. You're on the front lines many times, but you're also sometimes the last ones in to help pick up the pieces. And you see people on their very worst days. But that is a presence that you can bring that will bring them comfort and stability in a time when their whole world seems to be shaken. Now, I grew up as a farmer and a rancher. I told this story to a few people the first day that I came into the office, that I grew up with a dad who was a cowboy. And he was much like you would picture John Wayne was in his Westerns. He lived hard and fast, and when he sent us off to school, we obviously lived in the country. We had to drive. He said, drive fast and take chances. So there's not a lot of people that have dads like that. But he also told us every day to get out of bed because more people die in bed than anywhere else. And so we knew that when we got up, we got to work and we worked together as a family. But that also taught me a lot about how you need to live your example. And an example in front of the people that you lead of what you want them to do, but they also could respect you in the process of being in front of that organization. The one story I'll tell you, and I shared it with Kari the other day about my dad, was I remember one time I was building fence with him when I was about 10 years old. And we were building fence, stretching wires, and out there putting up about 1.5 miles of this fence. And he turned to me and he said, Christy, where's the post maul? Which is the post pounder that you pound the posts in with. And I turned to him and I said, it's in the truck. And he said, go get it. So with my dad, you ran everywhere you went. I turned and ran to the truck, grabbed the post maul, brought it back to him, handed it to him. And as I handed it to him, he said, you should know what I need before I know what I need. And I remember being a 10-year-old girl thinking, how am I ever going to know what he needs before he knows what he needs? But what he was doing was teaching us to think ahead and to think 3 steps ahead of what he needed and have it ready and prepared for him so he could be more efficient, he could get more work done, and we could do a better job. That he should never have to wait for the next tool or piece of equipment that he was asking for, that I should have already figured it out and had it waiting for him. That is what our job is as well here at the Department of Homeland Security. We prepare ahead and think 3 steps ahead so that people have what they need before they need it. We have lots of stories and lots of experiences where we've responded beautifully or we've been there, provided safety and security investigation, protected communities, picked up the pieces after disasters, kept them safe as they flew, protected their cyber infrastructure. All of the agencies under this umbrella, the work that you do is excellent. And then we all remember times we maybe could have performed a little bit better. I will challenge you to think ahead and to think what people might need before they actually need it, how we can pre-deploy resources, how we can be more efficient, and how we can be more nimble to respond to the situations that we find ourselves in. We do have some challenges, and the world is a dangerous place. And we've got dangerous, evil foreign governments that want to take us down. We will be the first line of defense for anybody that's in the American homeland. We will do everything that we can to protect the American people. We have jurisdiction over people who live here, people who leave here, and people who come here. We have jurisdiction over products that come into this country and which ones leave. We have jurisdiction over our internet, what comes in, what goes out, what kind of business has. Virtually, I tell people we have jurisdiction over everything. And we will exercise all legal authorities that we have to protect this country because it is the only last light of freedom left. We woke up this morning more blessed than 99% of the people in this country because we woke up in the United States of America. We woke up in a country where we get to exercise our freedoms, and that responsibility has been laid at our feet. And I know that the people in this room and the people in this department are up to the challenge and up to the task. I will walk alongside you, support you, lead when we need it, but all the time be there to hopefully inspire you to know the kind of work that you do and how important it is for this day and age. So may God bless you. May God bless the United States of America, and may God keep us all safe. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so we wanted to replay this so you can hear from Secretary Noem now speaking to staff there at DHS ahead of some of these raids. She accompanied ICE agents along today. I want to put up this video she posted. And you can see there, she says, just now, enforcement operation in New York City, a criminal alien with kidnapping, assault, and burglary charges is now in custody thanks to ICE. She says dirtbags like this will continue to be removed from our streets here. Back out live to New York City. Just want to get one more angle to all of these illegal immigration enforcement actions we're seeing around the country because the Catholic Church has been outspoken about some of this, including Pope Francis there in the Vatican, but also some of the Priests, deacons, and archbishops in dioceses across the country, including the Archbishop of New York himself, Cardinal Timothy Dolan. He issued this statement on some of these ICE raids today in the New York City area. Let's just listen to this and see what he had to say.
Nice to be with you, everybody. As you know, as Archbishop of New York, I'm so very grateful to be a pastor of one of the most diverse and welcoming dioceses in the world. In my many visits to parishes and schools, I've met with families from many different countries who are now making New York their new home and making strong contributions to the community, to the church. You know what? All they want is a home, a job, a good school, to be patriotic American citizens. So I don't mind telling you, my Irish gets up when I hear these blanket attacks on immigrants, threats of massive deportations, breaching of houses of worship. This isn't good for our country, folks. We're a nation with a proud legacy of welcome to immigrants. I visited refugees in places like Iraq and Lebanon and Syria and Ukraine, people fleeing for their lives from terror and persecution. They look to the United States as a light to the world. So it troubles me that my beloved country may be closing itself off from those needing and seeking safety for their very lives. Now look, I'm realistic. There are some bad apples among the newcomers. Those who commit serious crimes, these gang members, these fentanyl dealers, these human traffickers, they should never have been allowed in. And if they are here, they should be sent home as quickly as possible, all right? And by the way, our country needs secure, safe, sturdy borders. But it also needs a fair and generous immigration system, one that's, I'm afraid, been broken for decades, and everybody admits that. And the church I love should not be blasted for simply obeying the Bible and caring for those immigrants who came here through this clumsy, fractured system. We're loyal Americans who want a safe, secure border that keeps the thugs out, yes. But we're also loyal believers who realize one day Jesus will ask us, when I was an immigrant, did you welcome me?
All right, there, I wanted to let you listen to Cardinal Timothy Dolan, the Archbishop of New York City, with some pretty strong words against some of the scenes that we have observed over the last now week and 1 day since President Trump was sworn in to office as the 47th president. We just brought you the numbers, and we have each and every day that ICE puts out of the enforcement arrests and actions that have been done on that said day. So wanted just to get that perspective in there because it is important to include all of these perspectives on some of these enforcement actions. In the meantime here, 10 after, a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We do want to take our first commercial break of this new hour. When we come back, though, we're focusing our efforts on Capitol Hill. Even more members that Trump has tapped for his cabinet are getting confirmed. Confirmation votes for even more are teed up, as are confirmation hearings. So we'll be getting into all of that and more after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, if you know us here at Live Now, you know we're all about videos and feeds and live events, raw and uninterrupted, from not only around the country, but across the world here. So take a look at this. I think this is pretty cool. We're going now to Asia at the moment, as so many are gearing up to celebrate the Lunar New Year. So these are live pictures right now in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia and in Taipei there in Taiwan. And in the upper left, you see visitors offering prayers and observing lion and dragon dances at that temple there in Kuala Lumpur. In the lower right, you see right now the faithful there queuing up, lining up at the historical Bowen Temple in Taipei on the first day of the Lunar New Year to pray for good fortune and prosperity. And so, as you know, each new Lunar New Year corresponds with an animal, and we are entering into the Year of the Snake, if you are an adherent to that lunar calendar, as so many are. So I thought that was pretty cool. These are live images we don't get very often, but we are on the precipice of multi-day celebrations, ringing in the Lunar New Year. The Year of the Snake is upon us, so wanted to make sure we got that in there as well. If we have this throughout the course of the evening while we're on live, we'll be kind of dipping in and out of there to some of these celebrations. All right, in the meantime, though, we do want to focus our efforts yet again, though, on Capitol Hill, and as President Trump's cabinet is getting confirmed, slowly but surely. I want to put this up here. We are keeping tabs on the confirmations that have already been done here, and the latest was today. Sean Duffy, the former Republican congressman from Wisconsin, the former Fox Business host, well, he is now the new Secretary of Transportation. He was confirmed today in a vote, 77 yeas, 22 nays. Now, what was so interesting about this is that Senator Tammy Duckworth, Democrat from Illinois, she put out a statement today saying this. She said, heading into this week, I was prepared to vote to confirm Representative Duffy. She said, our conversations were productive and encouraging, and I thought he was sufficiently qualified to serve as Transportation Secretary. But she says President Trump's sweeping order to freeze federal grant funding, including historic investments from the bipartisan infrastructure law, is illegal and hurting Americans in red and blue states alike, and I cannot vote to confirm a Transportation Secretary while transportation funding is being unlawfully withheld. So I thought that was interesting because you're seeing some of the recriminations play out that a Democratic senator who was all for Sean Duffy's confirmation, because of this order pausing federal funding in so many aspects and rungs of the federal government, that changed her vote. So wanted to make sure we got that in there as well. In the meantime, though, want to show you who is next for a confirmation vote. According to our colleague there on Capitol Hill, Fox's Chad Pergram, he says the confirmation vote tomorrow will be held for EPA Administrator nominee Lee Zeldin. So we'll bring that to you live if we get it. I think we will get it. And you remember Lee Zeldin previously served as a Republican member of Congress from the great state of New York, and he most likely will be confirmed as the next administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. So it's not only these confirmation votes that are happening tomorrow, it's also confirmation hearings before the relevant committees on Capitol Hill. We will have those live for you as well. And there are 3 of them to watch. For Kelly Loeffler, former senator of Georgia. Remember, she's up for the post as the Small Business Administration Director. And then, of course, we have Howard Lutnick. He's up for the post as Secretary of Commerce. And then remember, we also have the one I think a lot of people are going to be watching, and that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s confirmation hearing for tomorrow to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services. And we're hearing from lawmakers about this, including Nancy Mace, Republican from South Carolina. She says this: what does making America healthy again look like? She says no forced vaccinations. She says treating obesity as the epidemic it is. She says banning toxic chemicals in our food. And she says exposing Big Pharma's crooked lobbying. She says confirm RFK Jr. Our lives quite literally depend on it. Well, that is One side of this argument, another side, is being voiced by members of Kennedy's own family. Of course, the Kennedy family, a prominent political dynasty for decades. Well, his cousin, Caroline Kennedy, remember the former ambassador to New Zealand and Japan, and the daughter of late President John F. Kennedy, she issued a blistering video today urging senators to not vote to confirm her cousin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., calling him a predator. What we want to do right now is play out that entire video. Let's watch.
Dear Senators, throughout the past year, people have asked for my thoughts about my cousin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and his presidential campaign. I did not comment, not only because I was serving in a government position as United States Ambassador to Australia, but because I have never wanted to speak publicly about my family members and their challenges. We are a close generation of 28 cousins who have been through a lot together. We know how hard it's been, and we are always there for each other. But now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out. Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, the CDC, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill. He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical experience. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed. These facts alone should be disqualifying. But he has personal qualities related to this job, which for me pose even greater concern. I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds of prey as pets, because Bobby himself is a predator. He's always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of his personality, his willingness to take risks and break the rules. I watch his younger brothers and cousins follow him down the path of drug addiction. His basement, his garage, his dorm room were always the center of the action, where drugs were available, and he enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in a blender to feed to his hawks. It was often a perverse scene of despair and violence. That was a long time ago, and people can change. Through his own strength and the many second chances he was given by people who felt sorry for the boy who lost his father, Bobby was able to pull himself out of illness and disease. I admire the discipline that took and the continuing commitment it requires. But siblings and cousins who Bobby encouraged down the path of substance abuse suffered addiction, illness, and death, while Bobby has gone on to misrepresent, lie, and cheat his way through life. Today, while he may encourage a younger generation to attend AA meetings, Bobby is addicted to attention and power. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own kids while building a following hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs. Even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he's told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 outbreak of measles, have cost lives. And now we know that Bobby's crusade against vaccination has benefited him in other ways too. His ethics report makes clear that he will keep his financial stake in a lawsuit against an HPV vaccine. In other words, Bobby is willing to profit and enrich himself by denying access to a vaccine that can prevent almost all forms of cervical cancer and has already been safely administered to millions of boys and girls. During my time in Australia, I worked on the Quad Cancer Initiative, and I learned that cervical cancer is among the top 3 forms of cancer among women in a majority of countries. Tragically, every year, more than 200,000 children lose their mothers. They are orphaned due to a lack of vaccines and screening. Those are the real-world consequences of Bobby's irresponsible beliefs. We are a close family, and none of that is easy to say. It also wasn't easy to remain silent last year when Bobby expropriated my father's image and distorted President Kennedy's legacy to advance his own failed presidential campaign, and then groveled to Donald Trump for a job. Bobby continues to grandstand off my father's assassination and that of his own father. It's incomprehensible to me that someone who is willing to exploit their own painful family tragedies for publicity would be put in charge of America's life and death situations. Unlike Bobby, I try not to speak for my father, but I am certain that he and my Uncle Bobby, who gave their lives in public service to our country, and my Uncle Teddy, who devoted his long Senate career to the cause of improving health care, would be disgusted. The American healthcare system, for all its flaws, is the envy of the world. Its doctors and nurses, researchers, scientists, and caregivers are the most dedicated people I know. Every day, they give their lives to heal and save others. They deserve a knowledgeable leader who is committed to evidence and excellence. They deserve a secretary committed to advancing cutting-edge medicine to save lives, not to rejecting the advances we have already made. They deserve a stable, moral, and ethical person at the helm of this crucial agency. They deserve better than Bobby Kennedy, and so do the rest of us. I urge the Senate to reject his nomination. Sincerely, Caroline Kennedy.
All right, wanted to let you listen to that from Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s cousin, Caroline Kennedy. Well, another group, an interesting group, is also voicing its opposition to the Kennedy confirmation for Health and Human Services, and it's a group that's led by acolytes of former Vice President Mike Pence, and this is a super PAC Advancing American Freedom led by Pence and some of his supporters. And he is against the RFK Jr. nomination and confirmation because of RFK Jr.'s past support and maybe present support for pro-choice causes for abortion rights. So, former Vice President Pence posting that on his social media just today, saying, "We proudly stand up for life. The unborn deserves leadership. Who does too?" And his group, Advancing American Freedom, just released an ad showing Trump bashing Kennedy. So wanted to make sure you are understanding this confirmation fight from all angles. Of course, you'll watch it all play out live tomorrow during the confirmation hearing for RFK Jr. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one more top item, though, on Capitol Hill that is somewhat relevant, personal to me. You know, I'm from Michigan. We are learning that a major Democratic senator from that very state announcing he will not seek re-election, and now the political landscape there in the Great Lakes state shifting. So many clamoring, so much speculation about who might run for that open Senate seat in just 2 years. We'll have some of that for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, let's keep it moving here. We're still focusing our efforts there on Capitol Hill. And believe it or not, we're already talking about the 2026 midterm elections. Live picture there in Washington. Live picture there over the Detroit skyline in Motor City, where we learned earlier today that Michigan's Democratic Senator Gary Peters told us all he will not be seeking re-election to the U.S. Senate in 2026, leaving a vacancy, leaving an open seat, and many on both sides of the aisle will be clamoring for this. Fox 2 Detroit has more.
I always knew there would come a time to pass the torch to the next generation of public servants.
And to the surprise of many, that time for Senator Gary Peters to pass that torch is after only 2 terms. Senator Peters making the announcement by video, saying he plans to continue his work for the 2 years remaining in his term, but not specific about what he will do after.
And I do not know what those chapters will be, but I expect one of them will be me finding endless, twisting back roads where I can experience the joy of total freedom, riding my Harley-Davidson motorcycle on a warm, sunny day.
I think it caught everybody off guard. This is a surprising move by a senator who's seemingly in the sort of prime of his U.S. Senate career, having amassed some power and influence in the institution as a member of the very powerful Appropriations Committee.
Oakland University political science professor David Dulio says this early announcement gives Dems time in advance to prepare to campaign. Opening up the Senate seat will create a shakeup in Michigan's political scene, where there's already a bunch of seats up for grabs.
This U.S. Senate seat, governor, secretary of state, attorney general, and it's this plethora of campaigns that have to be run with new candidates. And the same goes for Republicans.
Names already being thrown around. On the left, former Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. And on the right, Mike Rogers, who just ran a campaign against Slotkin. Time will tell who throws their hat into which race. For now, Senator Peters will serve through 2026.
I have 2 more years remaining in my current term, and there's more work to do.
Scott Walczak, Fox 2 News.
Issues important to all Michiganders by working to lower costs.
All right, back out live there to the Detroit area. You can kind of make out Ford Field, where the Lions play in the distance. In the meantime, like I said, though, you heard there Fox 2 kind of highlighting some of the names that have been bandied about today, about the speculation of who might run to fill that seat from really both sides of the aisle here. Well, one of those names includes former Transportation Secretary himself, former mayor of South Bend, Indiana himself, now a Michigan resident himself. I'm talking about Pete Buttigieg. Well, he said this today. Senator Gary Peters has served with great integrity, focus, and expertise. It was a pleasure working with him as secretary to deliver good policies for our country and key transportation projects in Michigan. Thankful for his leadership and wishing him and Colleen all the best. You see there from Axios, they have reporting saying Buttigieg is, quote, taking a serious look at running for the Michigan Senate seat left open by the surprise retirement of Senator Gary Peters. Another name that is in the mix is Michigan Governor, the Democrat, Gretchen Whitmer. Well, Elena Schneider there at Politico says this in reporting. Whitmer is a no on Senate. Whitmer's PAC, a statement there from the Fight Like Hell spokesperson, that's the name of her PAC, says this: Governor Whitmer is grateful for Senator Peters' service. She is proudly serving the people of Michigan as governor and is not running for this seat in the Senate. So Whitmer withdrawing her name from any consideration on day one of this. Al Weaver also there on Capitol Hill for the Hill. He asked a GOP source who are possibles to run for Peters' seat, and they mentioned 4 names: current Republican Congressman Bill Huizenga, current Republican Congressman John James, former Republican Congressman and one-time Senate candidate last cycle Mike Rogers, and get this, former Indianapolis Colts head coach Tony Dungy. So we'll just have to wait and see. But get a look right now at all the open seats Michigan will have in 2026. Craig Mauger there of the Detroit Free Press has it. There's going to be an open race for governor, an open race for U.S. Senate, an open race for Secretary of State, an open race for Attorney General, and possibly 3 extremely competitive U.S. House seats and the State House and the State Senate up for grabs here. Well, as you would imagine, the NRSC, that's the National Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, that is the campaign finance arm for Senate Republicans. It's now led by Republican Senator from South Carolina, Tim Scott. They are chomping at the bit to get in this race here. And Tim Scott issued this statement today saying, Gary Peters is reading the room after spending years ignoring illegal immigration and destroying his state's auto industry. Michigan is better off without him. We're committed to giving them a fighter that will stand with President Trump to restore the economic prosperity and security of our country. Well, the Democratic counterpart organization, 2 Republicans issuing their own statement saying no Republican has won a Michigan Senate race in 30 years, including last cycle, when Democrats won an open Senate seat even as Trump won the state. And Democrats will continue to hold this seat in 2026. So Gary Peters, not seeking re-election, opening this up to be quite the battle royale when it comes to the Senate and the midterm elections here. Wanted to get that in. You know, Trump won Michigan mere months ago, but you also know that Michigan last cycle had that really, really crucial Senate race. Democrats eking out a victory there with now Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who beat Republican candidate Mike Rogers. All right. In the meantime here, I know we're moving through a lot here. We want to thank you for being with us. We're going to continue to do it. We'll see you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, a coalition of state attorneys general, we saw some of them live today from states like Arizona and New York and Illinois. Well, they plan to file suit this afternoon to block an order from the White House Budget Office that would freeze all federal grant programs by 5 p.m. today. Well, just after that deadline, we learned a federal judge temporarily blocked part of the Trump administration's plans to freeze all federal aid. Now, remember, at the White House briefing today, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, argued that the counsel's office, that's the White House counsel's office, believed it is, quote, within the president's power to do it, and therefore he's doing it. Well, Fox News' Connor Hansen has a look at what was done today when it comes to federal funding. Let's watch.
After signing dozens of executive orders since being sworn in, President Trump's administration is now going after federal grants and loans. The Office of Management and Budget announced a pause on spending that doesn't go along with Trump's priorities.
So what does this pause mean? It means no more funding for illegal DEI programs. It means no more funding for the Green New scam that has cost American taxpayers tens of billions of dollars.
The White House says there is no pause on programs like Social Security, Medicare, food stamps, or student loans and scholarships. But the move created panic and confusion for groups that rely on the funds. Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy said his state's Medicaid payment system was turned off.
This is what a king does. This is not how a democracy works. One man does not decide how taxpayers' money is spent.
Republicans say it's about efficiency.
But this is not implemented yet. And I think that that's what the president is giving everybody fair warning, and then to figure out what's working and what's not working.
Congressional Democrats have scheduled an emergency meeting about the freeze, and several state attorneys general have announced plans to file lawsuits.
Courts have to intervene. This is no way to govern, and it's certainly no way to govern for people who are reliant on this help.
The Senate is scheduled to vote on President Trump's pick for budget chief later this week, but several Democrats now want a delay. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much, including, he mentioned one of those senators who may hold up the nomination to be Trump's next director of the Office of Management and Budget. His name, Russ Vought. Well, we heard from Democratic Senator from Washington today, Patty Murray, saying she may hold up Vought's confirmation due to all of this. In the meantime, we're going to talk about all of this with our friend there at the Heritage Foundation, Senior Legal Fellow, Zach Smith. He joins me. Zach, good to see you here. You're kind of becoming our guide to all of this in the courts over the last, 7 days now. Right. So I have to ask first, aren't these funds that Congress appropriated? How can the president in the executive branch say, we're pausing them? Wherever they were appropriated to go, you don't get them for now. How does he have that authority?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, Andrew, because I think many people today don't understand how a vast bulk of our taxpayer money is being spent and distributed. So yes, there are many instances when Congress specifically appropriates money for specific purposes or to specific causes, and that is the way things should work. But too often today, Congress is failing to do their basic duty, that basic appropriating, and instead what's happening in many instances is Congress is simply giving block grants to many agencies and then often allowing the unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats within those agencies to determine how those funds are then spent. I'm very familiar with this process in the Justice Department. What happens is Congress allocates large sums of money that then officials within the Justice Department allocate to certain groups that are supposed to be used for certain purposes. Well, what's happened, what we found out over the past several years is that often that money is going to groups with far left ideological leanings. That doesn't come as a surprise. And it also, unfortunately, shouldn't come as a surprise that often those funds are not very well tracked or monitored, or the officials who distribute them are not making sure they're being spent for the purposes they were supposed to be spent for. Yeah. And so I think this pause is very important. Not only is it within Donald Trump's power to do this, I think it's a very appropriate and necessary thing that needs to happen.
Okay, so is this the right way, though, to go about, say you want to have the conversation, if you're the Trump administration now, about federal funding and curtailing it wherever you can to bring down the debt, to bring down the deficit. The rollout of this way, the Office of Management and Budget sending out a memo saying this is all going to be paused by 5 p.m. today. A federal judge has to intervene. Is that the way to go about it? From the outside, doesn't it look a little chaotic? And I only ask that because I want to put this up here. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, and Stephen Miller, policy advisor there at the White House, put out this memo on what happened today. And I'm going to read a part of it. And they have kind of a frequently asked questions section about this action. They said, sure, in a question, is this a freeze on all federal financial assistance? To which they answered, both in writing and at the briefing today, this: no. The pause does not apply across the board. It is expressly limited to programs, projects, and activities implicated by the president's executive orders, such as ending DEI, the Green New Deal, and funding NGOs that undermine the national interest. To that, I have to ask you, because we heard from a lot of Democratic senators today, including Ron Wyden there, the Democrat from Oregon, about some of these essential services like Medicare and Medicaid. He said this in a tweet, that my staff has confirmed reports Medicaid portals are down in all 50 states following last night's federal funding freeze. He says this is a blatant attempt to rip away health insurance from millions of Americans overnight and will get people killed, to which White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responded to that claim today, saying the White House is aware of the Medicaid website portal outage. We have confirmed no payments have been affected. They are still being processed and sent. We expect the portal will be back online shortly. So, Zach, was it all federal funding or some federal funding here, or is that a question that still needs to be answered?
Well, look, I think the White House has been very clear that certain payments, particularly those designed to help individuals, are not going to be affected. We heard Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin come out and say that he confirmed that with the White House today. And so it's very clear that this is a targeted and limited effort by the White House to wrap its head around exactly how much of this money is being spent that Congress has given block grants to agencies to distribute. And so, as I mentioned briefly before, at least in the Justice Department context, many of the grants that DOJ has been giving out over the past several years have been going to far-left ideological groups. It often is not well tracked. And so, again, this temporary pause is appropriate and necessary to allow the Trump administration to make sure that these funds are being spent appropriately.
But I guess I'm asking, just from a purely political standpoint, I know you're a legal scholar, did the White House not anticipate some of the unintended consequences, like the Medicaid portal website allegedly being inaccessible today? Did the White House not see this through entirely?
Well, I'll say three quick things. You're right. I do law, not policy, not politics. So that is certainly not my wheelhouse. The other thing I don't think we can count out is some of the malicious compliance we may see from those who are currently part of the administration and are responsible for administering these programs. Look, we saw this with the Air Force when President Trump put in place his order to cut out DEI, particularly DEI efforts in our military. The Air Force said they were no longer going to teach about the Tuskegee Airmen. That clearly wasn't the intent of that order. And Secretary Hegseth and President Trump came out and said, no, of course, we should talk about and honor the Tuskegee Airmen. The third and last thing I'll say is, look, I think we've heard a lot of misinformation coming from folks on the left today. Some may even call it fake news in terms of what this order targets. And I'm glad you read the language. I'm glad we were able to clarify that programs, particularly programs like Medicaid, like Section 8 housing, other programs that individuals depend on and that Congress has specifically allocated money for, those programs are not going to be impacted.
Okay, also I was reading, though, that a lot of these federal grants and funds, state governments rely on that for revenue. So maybe that is why you are seeing so many, especially of these Democratic state attorneys generals, really come out against this today, and we're going to watch some of them when we're done speaking with you here. I want to talk, though, about this federal law passed in 1974, and the New York Times characterizes it as such. It was passed to rein in what Congress saw as abuses of power by President Nixon, requiring the executive branch to spend money allocated by Congress and signed by the president. Is that the law everyone's talking about? We heard many senators on the floor today really speak in favor or in disfavor of that said law, but is that where you can trace the root to of why we're talking about this today, that specific law? What is it?
Yeah, that's known as the Impoundment Control Act. Again, it's basically designed to try to limit the instances where the president can refuse to spend money. Look, impoundment by presidents is something that has a long historical pedigree throughout our country. But again, I think it's important to understand the very limited nature of what the Trump administration is doing. Many programs are not going to be impacted. And again, this is a very short, temporary pause that's really designed to let the Trump administration get its arms around exactly how many of these discretionary lump sum funds that Congress has allocated to agencies, how those agencies have been spending that money.
All right, Zach Smith, we're going to have to leave it at that. Always appreciate you helping us make sense of some of these actions, and it's been a busy, 7, 8, 9 days. Zach, we'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take the opportunity to let you listen to some of these Democratic state attorneys general, like Letitia James from New York and others, vow to file suit against this action by the Office of Management and Budget. And so remember, since they had spoken, a federal judge did intervene, issuing a brief administrative stay on this memo, and they have until Monday to get some clarity on this, on whether or not some of these grants and funds that were frozen, that were paused, can go back into effect here. So let's watch.
Joined here today with my colleagues, California Attorney General Rob Bonta, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul, Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell, New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin, and Rhode Island Attorney General Peter Neronha. Yesterday, the President's Office of Management and Budget issued a memorandum ordering all federal agencies to withhold the majority of federal funding beginning at 5 p.m. today. There is no question this policy is reckless, dangerous, illegal, and unconstitutional. From the families who rely upon Head Start for childcare, to the children across the country who depend on SNAP for their next meal, to the seniors who rely on state services to get the care that they need. This policy will disrupt the lives of millions of Americans in New York and nationwide. And while the administration may be attempting to clarify the scope and meaning of this memorandum, the reality is that some states are already reporting that funds have been frozen. Head Start was frozen in Michigan. Access to child development block grants were frozen in Maryland. At least 20 states have been frozen out of their Medicaid reimbursement systems, including New York. And in one state, it was reported that they were blocked out of their child support enforcement, and they cannot draw down on these funds. Here in New York, we rely upon these critical services throughout our state, and these funds support health care in rural and underserved communities. They fund infrastructure repairs to fix New York's roads and bridges. They support initiatives to take drugs off of our streets, stop dangerous crime rings, and keep communities safe. In fact, last night in Arizona, 500 pounds of meth were seized thanks to federal programs that could be paused. Not only does this administration's new policy put people at risk, but it is plainly unconstitutional. The president does not get to decide which laws to enforce and for whom. When Congress dedicates funding for a program, the president cannot pull that funding on a whim. Later today, I am leading and joining with my colleagues, my fellow Democratic attorney generals, in suing this administration to stop this illegal freeze of essential funds for our state. We will not stand for any illegal policy that puts essential services for millions of Americans at risk. And we work tirelessly overnight to ensure that that does not happen. Our lawsuit will seek a court order to immediately stop the enforcement of the OMB policy and to preserve essential funding for Americans. And now, to share more about our efforts, I'd like to welcome my friend, California Attorney General Rob Bonta.
Thank you, AG James. I'm proud to co-lead this lawsuit with you and attorneys general across the nation. We will not stand by while the president attempts to disrupt vital programs that feed our kids, provide medical care to our families, and support housing in our communities. We won't stand by while the president breaks the law and oversteps his authority as outlined in our Constitution, a Constitution he swore an oath to uphold just 1 week ago. It shouldn't be too much to ask that the president follow the law and abide by the federal government's commitments. Yet, unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, here we are again. Threatening to freeze up to $3 trillion in nationwide federal assistance at 2 p.m. Pacific time today, less than 24 hours after it was announced, is reckless. It is dangerous, unprecedented in scope, and devastating in its intended effect. It's thrown state programs into chaos and created confusion among our residents, confusion that has only been further fueled by another memo that was just released today and that our team is actively reviewing. It's forced us to take immediate action to block it going into effect to defend our people and our programs. Let's be clear, this directive from OMB is unlawful. It violates the U.S. Constitution. It violates the Administrative Procedures Act. Not to mention that it's arbitrary and capricious. The federal government should have to follow the rules, follow the process that's laid out by the law, same as any of us. They're not. OMB, the president, does not have the unilateral authority to indefinitely pause all federal financial assistance under any circumstance. That isn't OMB's job. That isn't the president's job. The U.S. Constitution gives the power of the purse exclusively to Congress. OMB is jumping so far out of their swim lane that, frankly, they are out of the pool. This directive completely violates the separation of powers between Congress and the executive branch. That's why we're here, seeking a temporary restraining order to block the unlawful directive from being implemented. We're in week 2 of the new administration, and here we are again, a second lawsuit against another blatantly unlawful action by our new president. Disappointing, but not at all surprising. Instead of learning from the defeats of this first administration and the early defeats in this administration, President Trump is once again plowing ahead with damaging, chaotic, and I repeat, unlawful agenda. I'm proud to join a coalition of attorneys general in taking him to court where we will find relief and stop his unlawful actions. Again, grateful to be part of this coalition of AGs across the nation. And now let me please turn it over to Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul.
Thank you, AG Bonta. I'm happy to co-lead this action on behalf of all Americans and certainly all citizens of the state of Illinois. This unconstitutional pause in funding will have a devastating impact on the public safety, prosperity, and quality of life of all.
Recording in progress.
Democrats and Republicans alike will be negatively impacted by this pause in funding. It impacts our ability to go after offenders who prey on our children, because this impacts our Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Our task force has enabled us to capture a record number of child predators. That is compromised. It impacts Burn JAG funding that allows our law enforcement partners to fight crime. It impacts those who rely on Medicaid for life-saving health care. It impacts our capacity to provide for veterans who served our country. Head Start and child care programs, the support for critical research at our universities, and support for farmers who grow our food. And of course, critical investment in infrastructure needed for our roads and bridges and keeping our working families working. On January 20th, our nation had a peaceful transfer of power. But let's be clear, January 20th was an inauguration, not a coronation. Congress is given the power to appropriate the funding. The executive branch cannot unilaterally disregard those appropriations passed by a separate and equal House of Government. We will collectively fight this unconstitutional mandate. Now I'd like to pass it on to the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Andrea Campbell.
Thank you, AG Raoul. Good afternoon, everyone. I am extremely proud to join my counterparts today, including Democratic AGs who are unable to be with us, but who also are part of these efforts and a part of this coalition, as we continue to hold President Trump accountable for yet another unlawful abuse of power. The president's directive to pause federal aid simply put violates the separation of powers. And I am proud to join this coalition in filing a lawsuit against this action for that very reason. Congress controls the purse strings, and the executive branch cannot decide to halt funding just because they don't like how Congress chooses to spend it. In Massachusetts, we receive more than $20 billion in federal funding each year. And just yesterday, the Commonwealth tried to draw almost $40 million from Medicaid and haven't received the payment yet. This is just one potential funding stream that could be impacted by this reckless order. The money goes towards projects that improve the health, welfare, and economic stability of our residents' lives on a daily basis, including healthcare, childcare, education, and transportation, food assistance, and of course, improvements to improve the very roads we drive on, and so much more. Nearly every part of our lives is impacted by federal aid. Instead of following through on the promises the president promised to help people, including working people, poor people, he is instead stripping funding from the very families that rely on these precious resources and doing so illegally. AGs have been doing the work long before he was president to hold any administration and anyone accountable who harms our residents. This is simply a continuation of the work we've already done, and we will not allow this abuse of power to continue. That's why we're taking urgent action as a collective, because what we all deeply understand is the impact of this particular order does not affect one individual state. It has a national impact. And this coalition is always proud not only to protect its people, but to do so in collaboration and to always do it while upholding the law and the Constitution. Again, I'm very proud to work in partnership with an incredible coalition. And I now turn it over to my New Jersey counterpart, Attorney General Matt Platkin.
Thank you, General Campbell, and all my colleagues on this call, as well as those who could not be on here, for your incredible work and partnership as we stand up collectively as a coalition of attorneys general who took an oath to uphold the Constitution of this nation, the same Constitution that the President of the United States last week took an oath to uphold, in standing up for the rule of law. This overnight, illegal, unconstitutional attack on trillions of dollars of federal funding that goes to support our kids in school, funding that ensures that our seniors receive health care, funding that ensures our law enforcement officers who are working tirelessly around the clock to keep us safe can keep doing their jobs. That's what we're talking about here. And when the president and his administration, with a stroke of a pen, issues an unconstitutional and unlawful directive that freezes that funding simply because he doesn't like something about our states, about a particular person in our state, about a policy that's duly enacted in our states that's totally unrelated to the funding at issue. He not only violates the laws and the constitutions of this nation, he violates the norms of who we are as a people. Because I've said many times, the president in this country is powerful. He is not a king. He does not get to wake up in the morning or after an afternoon nap and direct his entire government to stop funding critical services that Congress has duly authorized and appropriated, that millions and millions of Americans, Republicans, Democrats, independents, children, adults, seniors, depend on for life-saving care, because he doesn't like something that he woke up thinking about. That's not the rule of law. And when we say we're going to stand up for the rule of law, we mean it. And this is the second example, as others have noted. We stood up when the president unlawfully tried to rewrite the 14th Amendment on his first day in office, stripping birthright citizenship out of the Constitution, and we're doing it again today. And I think the lesson here for this administration is we are prepared. We are prepared to stand up for the rule of law. We are prepared to stand up for the residents of our state and of this nation when he unconstitutionally and unlawfully targets them in ways that hurts them in very real ways. I want to thank my colleagues for their tremendous work and partnership, and it's my honor to turn the podium over to my colleague in Rhode Island, Attorney General Peter Neronha.
Thank you, AG Plotkin. What a ham-handed way to run a government. It is astonishing that President Trump, through an agency most Americans have never heard of, would take an action so clearly unlawful and would impact so many Americans in so many ways. We, as Americans, from our very beginning, have had a compact with our federal government, and that is we pay taxes, and those taxes go to Washington. But we expect those monies to come back to us as allocated by our Congress. That is the way that we build our roads and bridges. That is the way that we...
Okay, so you're listening there from earlier, some of these Democratic state attorneys general talking about their intent to file suit to at least temporarily pause this freeze on federal funding and grants and the like. The White House saying that it does not occur for some of these really vital programs that people rely on, but for other priorities, so to speak. And we're going to be continuing to talk about this because there is a brief administrative stay in place until Monday for this to all work itself out and for the relevant parties to get clarity on this. In the meantime here, live picture there at the U.S. Capitol. Well, we are learning more action on this story, especially from some of these House Democrats. I want to put this up here. Take a look at this. This is reporting from Andrew Solender there at Axios. He says this, that the House Democratic Caucus holding an emergency virtual meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m. on the illegal Republican funding freeze. That's according to an invitation. Dem leadership is also meeting this afternoon, and a Jeffries Dear Colleague letter is expected shortly. That's according to a senior Democratic source, though Speaker of the House Mike Johnson speaking at a fireside chat today in South Florida saying this: I fully support Trump's federal funding freeze. So this is quite the dividing line between especially House Republicans and House Democrats. We'll see how it plays out in the next few days here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said, we're in a new hour. We do want to take our first commercial break of this hour. And when we come back, we may have gotten a final answer on the drone story, the drone situation that late last year we were covering almost each and every day. Remember, a lot of these drone sightings up in the skies at night over the Garden State of New Jersey. Well, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt offering an explanation. We'll have that explanation for you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a live picture there at the White House. Well, we got some clarity today on the drone situation over the skies of New Jersey late last year. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, saying those drones seen flying were, quote unquote, not the enemy. She says they were FAA-approved drones. Here's Caroline Leavitt speaking on that subject before taking questions from reporters today in her first on-camera White House briefing. Let's listen.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy.
Okay, so brief comments there. We want to talk about this with the drone industry expert, our friend there, Joe LaMonica. He joins me. Joe, thanks for being with us here. Wanted to do this follow-up because I still, to this day, mere weeks after this story kind of dissipated, get questions. Whatever happened to the drones? Well, now we know, but part of her answer, part of her explanation was the same explanation offered by then National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby, saying a lot of them were hobbyist drones and a lot of them were authorized to be up in the air. Now, what they did not say at that time, that these were drones authorized to fly by the FAA to conduct research. Why didn't they just offer that simple explanation then?
You know, I can't answer for them, but there's no question about the fact that as I've been commenting on this, on November 25th, 2024, publicly submitted on the FAA.gov, which is the temporary flight restrictions at Picatinny Arsenal in New Jersey, which is in Morris County. That's the epicenter of where everything was going on. The FAA published the temporary flight restrictions that were going on there. It was from the surface up to 2,000 feet. So when we look at the epicenter, that started on November 25th, 2024. It expired on December 26th, 2024, right about the time that all of this was taking place. There was absolutely no question. Actually, the temporary flight restriction said for special security reasons. So, Andrew, that was publicly, it was available publicly. It was harder to find unless you know where to look on tfr.fa.gov. But in every comment that I made, I said, you've got to start to look at that because that being the epicenter, that's where it was taking place. That started call it the paranoia. I did my best to belay some fears here, but there was no question about the fact that that was going on. That led a lot of other drones to go up. They're illegal. I mean, you can fly drones. You can, I can. So a lot of people took drones to the sky. A lot of people were mistaking things that they saw in the sky for drones. So one, you've got to look to the fact that that was public, that period of time that was publicly out there from 11/25 of 2024 right before Christmas Day, right after Christmas Day, December 26, 2024. That's when this was published. And then that came to an end. And then, of course, there was about 30 or 40 localities in New Jersey that the FAA granted temporary flight restrictions to. And that's also expired.
So, Joe, I'm going to ask a political question, so it might be difficult to answer. But obviously, elections have consequences. We were seeing the transition from one outgoing administration to another incoming administration here. And from what I'm seeing from my standpoint, it seems like this is a partisan dividing line, that the explanations offered in the Biden administration were accepted by party line people, and the same is now true in the Trump White House with a Republican in the Oval Office, with Caroline Leavitt there at the podium in the White House briefing saying this is what they were. And so you had, I think, that dynamic going on. It became a very politicized story, and you did have people just not accept the explanation that these drones were not sent by a foreign threat actor, that they were not nefarious. Caroline Leavitt said it today. They were not the enemy. So maybe that part of the story will finally be cleared up here. Right. But I wanted to ask you, why would the FAA use and deploy drones to conduct research. What are they doing? I mean, what's the research that they need to find in order to do X, Y, and Z? Do you know?
I don't know, but I can answer. Let me answer this question. The FAA, to the best of my knowledge, didn't deploy any drones. That TFR was for an arsenal in New Jersey. It's an Army-based arsenal in New Jersey. So you can fill in the blanks with that. So the Picatinny has to come to the FAA and say, FAA, we need a temporary flight restriction to do the research that we're going to do with these drones. The FAA approved that. The best of my knowledge, the FAA wasn't flying any drones, but they did approve the TFR for the Army to do what they were going to do up at Picatinny.
So going forward, I mean, we were watching some of the video from at the time, and you were right. There was somewhat of a level of paranoia going on, and it wasn't just kind of localized to New Jersey. There were sightings all across the country. Obviously, the locust was first in Jersey here. So what would you tell, I guess, drone hobbyists going forward? Would you say be more mindful about when you fly, where you fly, how you fly, so this isn't going to be a news story again?
I don't, let's take one step back on the belaying the fears. When, taking that step back was during this entire period of time, I was using a litmus test, and that litmus test was there was no manned aircraft ever put in danger, ever reported any of the drone sightings that were being reported. No reports of injuries per se, no public ATC reports, air traffic control reports. And I talked to the air traffic controllers over and over again. My own observation, those particular pics, I mean, that looks like an aircraft to me. And depending on the circumstances, you've got manned aircraft all over the place, actual drones displayed, and it started in Morris County. So when you look at the litmus test, there was this fear that developed over this. But to answer your question directly as to what I would tell drone pilots, look, they're licensed to do this, no different than anybody else. They can take the drones up. I think it's having a reverse consequence now of people being fearful of this. If you know, most of the drones you're going to see or that you saw in these images are at night. That one way up at the top there, that's a plane. It's flying way too fast. So it's having a reverse effect. Is that people are afraid. I have a drone. I'm afraid to take it up in the development because everybody's going to get panicky. Everybody's going to think, here and yet I'm I can totally legal to fly that. So they've got to be cautious. They got to make sure that one thing for sure is that they stay within the regs. Either they have the licensing or they have the trust certificate, which has to happen. The drone has to be registered because now that this has come to light to the public, there's more of an act of enforcement taking place now. It wasn't happening before this all came to light.
I see. I mean, maybe the question I should have asked, what would you tell drone novices, those who aren't familiar, who don't own one, who don't fly them, about looking up into the sky and seeing something they think may be a drone, to pause maybe, because that was kind of what led to some of the paranoia that we saw really heightened around Thanksgiving and Christmas just last year. Finally, though, what about the explanation provided and offered at the time by the Biden administration? Do you wish they were clearer and more communicative about what this could have been to downplay some of those paranoid concerns that a lot of people had? Like I said, I was still getting questions from viewers and family and friends about whatever happened to the drone story. Would you have wished they would have been clearer? Because the explanation offered today seemed like a pretty easy one.
Andrew, I've been getting the same question since I've appeared on different networks, and the answer is yes. I think that this was, everybody should have been straightforward on, it's here, this is where it's taking place. Whether there's confidential information on what was taking place is another story, but this is what you're seeing. This is where it's taking place, and to try to belay those fears, because that's what I've been doing. I've been on a campaign to try to belay these fears from the beginning of this, in the middle of December, through this program tonight. So yes, there was a lot. There was a rational explanation for it all. I don't know. Again, politicizing. I don't know if anybody's going to accept the rational explanation or not. But that's the explanation should have been put out there.
All right, Joe LaMonica, as always, I'm sure drones will be in the news again, and when they are, we will invite you on again. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we do have some updates on the California wildfire recovery efforts. We heard from California Governor Gavin Newsom today. We also heard from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass today. And some of these relevant water authorities in the Golden State of California are clarifying some claims President Trump made on Truth Social about the water supply in that state. We'll bring all of that to you and more after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's move on to more of these top headlines, including updates on the wildfire recovery there in Los Angeles County. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt with more.
The devastating Palisades and Eaton fires are now more than 95% contained after much-needed rain hit Southern California on Sunday, helping the fight against the wildfires.
Started off light, and then there was a few times where it came down a little bit heavy.
After fighting fires and then rain-induced mudslides, California is now in a spat with President Trump over water supplies to the southern part of the state. Trump wrote on Truth Social Monday, quote, "The United States military just entered the great state of California and, under emergency powers, turned on the water flowing abundantly from the Pacific Northwest and beyond."
Applied tremendous pressure on state and local officials in Pacific Palisades.
President Trump claims California's state policies have prevented adequate water supplies getting to Southern California and says those policies effectively slowed down efforts to stop the devastating fires. California's Department of Water Resources said that the president's Truth Social claim is flat wrong, writing in a statement, quote, "The military did not enter California. The federal government restarted federal water pumps after they were offline for maintenance for 3 days. State water supplies in Southern California remain plentiful." And some experts agree the president is wrong.
So there's no relationship between California water policy and the fires.
While some hydrants in the Los Angeles area did run dry during the peak of the fires, local officials say it's because they were not made to deal with fires that were simply unprecedented in an urban area. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Jonathan, thanks so much. Jonathan there in his report detailing this kind of back and forth between President Trump and some of these relevant water authorities in California. I just want to reiterate the point. This is what started it, this post on Truth Social where Trump said this. The United States military just entered the great state of California and, under emergency powers, turned on the water flowing abundantly from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. Trump says the days of putting a fake environmental argument over the people are over. Enjoy the water, California, Trump says, to which this agency responded as follows here. That's the California Department of Water Resources. They said this: the military did not enter California. The federal government restarted federal water pumps after they were offline for maintenance for 3 days. State water supplies, they say, in Southern California remain plentiful. Well, earlier today, California Governor Gavin Newsom was on hand, including with NBA legend Magic Johnson, announcing LA Rises, a public-private philanthropic partnership to assist those who lost everything in the Eaton and Palisades fires. Let's listen to Governor Newsom.
Very much for taking the time to be here. Thank you, Dervin. Thank you, Magic, for bringing to this effort the spirit that it needs. This effort is about spirit. It's about pride. It's about those intangibles, the things you can't legislate, the things you can't manifest. They just take shape because people come together across every conceivable difference, rowing in the same direction to do the right thing, to bend down on one knee to help lift other people up. And that's the spirit of LA Rises. It's around focusing on our sustainable pathway to recovery and rebirth, addressing certainly all the situational challenges that we continue to face as it relates to getting people back into their homes, getting that debris removed, getting those permits processed, and getting those homes rebuilt. But we have to rebuild that sense of spirit and pride in the region and connect the dots between cities that have been impacted, communities that have been devastated, and the larger LA County and region. I'm grateful to Casey and his willingness to commit to this effort. He was quite literally one of the first calls I received hours after this devastation, saying, what can I do? The answer is yes, and we dialogued a couple hours later, and the seeds of this process were actually fomented. He said, we need civic leaders to come together. We need the private sector to come together. That's the third leg of the stool. It's not just about the state and federal government supporting local responses. It's about the private sector, the civic society coming together. It's about active, engaged citizenship. It's about people volunteering. It's about people contributing, and it's about creativity. And I think that's really what I want to emphasize. And I want to thank Stan and the Dodgers for bringing that to life as well, to bring to life and to bring to bear with the LA Dodgers Foundation, the Mark Walters Family Foundation, $100 million. It's not just about the resources. It's about the resourceful mindset that those resources represent. It's about their creativity, their capacity to take a look anew at the process of recovery. It's about looking to seek the best and the brightest designers and architects and developers, the best and most modern strategies for financing and developing new procurement strategies to address the issue of cost and address the issue of logistics in a completely fresh and dynamic and distinctive way. All of these are verticals of the larger effort here that we want to bring to bear to create a platform for that kind of engagement so that we quite literally are taking advantage of lessons learned all across the globe as it relates to disaster recovery, and even closer to home as it relates to the work that was done up in Sonoma and Coffey Park and what's happened up in Paradise. I come from a city, San Francisco, whose flag has a phoenix on it. It's a flag, phoenix rising from the ashes of the 1906 earthquake, mindful of the recovery, mindful of the resilience, mindful of our remarkable capacity for renewal and rebirth. But the framework that is so essential in that is also mindset that we can't lose hope. I know people feel helpless. I was just at another community meeting quite literally an hour ago. The pain, the trauma, the anxiety, the loss of community, loss of identity, self, place, traditions, lifestyles, all of that cannot give way to hopelessness. And what LA Rises is about is rising out of that and providing a mindset of optimism that it is achievable, that it is possible, that we can come back more climate resilient, come back stronger, meaning better, slightly different, but also mindful in closing, as Magic reinforced, because one of the first calls that I got was Casey. One of the second calls I got was from Magic and his team. Don't forget about Altadena. Don't forget about that community. Generations that had an opportunity, that built wealth. Grandparents, kids and grandkids that passed those opportunities on. One of the most vibrant and unique communities anywhere in this country, let alone the state of California. That community requires its own unique and distinct set of support and intervention. And that community needs to be protected, and that community needs to come back. And I cannot press upon you how grateful I was when Irvin said, I'm all in, because I'm never going to turn my back on LA, and I'm not going to turn my back on the community. And for him to come back together with all of us here today is testament to, again, his resolve and his commitment. So this is the beginning of a process that will unfold, supporting regionalization of these efforts, working collaboratively with the city of LA, working collaboratively with the county of Los Angeles. I want to thank their leadership for embracing this effort. We're going to plug in the local efforts. We're going to make sure we're not duplicating and replicating efforts. We're going to hold ourselves to a higher level of transparency and accountability to communicate what we're doing and to lay out the tenets of not just short-term commitments, but medium and long-term commitments until these communities are fully recovered and people's lives are fully back, and they're not just surviving, but thriving. That's the resolve, that's the commitment, that's the purpose of today's announcement. Again, grateful for this remarkable partnership and these three remarkable co-chairs, Mark, Casey, and Magic, and their commitment and resolve, backed by close to $100 million and additional philanthropic resources that we look forward to announcing shortly as well. With that, we're here to answer any questions.
What's your reaction to the White House calling for a freeze on federal assistance?
And if I may just, and I'm going to answer all off-topic questions, and we could spend 2 hours together. Any that are on topic, I'm happy to accept.
And how will that play into the recovery?
That's a good segue. Well done. I admire that. I appreciate that. Look, I continue to have all the confidence in the world. I mean this, and this comes from a little bit of experience having worked with President Trump during COVID, one of the most trying and challenging times in this state, in our nation, in the world. And we had a partner, not a sparring partner, a working partner in President Trump during those years. And that's demonstrably true by any objective measure. That was the case. And that's why it was important for me to make that case anew to the president, and was with him just a few days ago, followed up, and have been in contact with the White House following up further. To the extent situationally, there are some issues today. To me, all those issues get worked out, and we'll work through them as it relates to our recovery. And I'm firmly focused on building that partnership and strengthening our collaborative spirit.
Governor, can you talk about your vision for Altadena? Maybe Magic, can you also weigh in on what that vision looks like and what $100 million actually means?
Well, I won't speak, obviously, for Magic, but let me just briefly, as he walks over, make this point. It's not our vision. It's community-led vision. Community will determine what the community needs. It's our job to eliminate any barriers, our job to eliminate speculators. You know, I'm grateful. This man to my left did a PSA talking about those folks that want to take properties out from folks that had them for generations, for pennies on the dollar, the kind of fraud that's being perpetuated, the kind of solicitations that are being perpetrated by these predators taking advantage of crisis. And this man stepped up, and I think it's one of the reasons he stepped into this effort.
Well, I think that first, Casey and I were just talking about going there in the next, probably next week. We have to have community meetings and talk to the community and talk to the pastors of churches who are the leaders of that community as well. And we'll come up with a plan and a strategy. Today, we're just announcing LA Rises. And then we'll go and talk to the people, because it's all about them. And the governor said it. It's all about that community. And we just want to help them recover in any way that we can, but also want to make sure they have all the information so they can make a good decision. And we don't want them to just have somebody come in, as the governor just said, and take their land. And we want to make sure they have the correct information, and then they can make their decision.
What are some of the lessons you've learned about lifting up black-owned businesses in the past that might be able to be applied now?
Well, I think that's why I'm the right man. You know, I've invested in that community. I know the community very well. I speak the language, and they trust me and my brand. So they know that I want nothing but the best for them. And so I'll be able to relay that message to everybody as we have, again, we're going to walk through, then we'll have community meetings, and then we'll take it from there. But we also have to have the right people giving them the right information. So that's the key, right? Once you have the right information, then you can make a really good decision. Okay?
Governor, you could weigh in on this. The fundamental element I'm sure you've seen it in the president's is time.
Yeah.
And the White House weighed in again today on what I believe the Army Corps said would be 18 months to scrape.
Yes, not going to happen.
Well, are you at least a little concerned that we're being overly optimistic, considering just how the scale of the destruction of thousands of homes and lots of that declared? There are only so many dumpsters or dump trucks.
Yeah.
Talk to us about time.
Well, the essence of this question is not lost on me, because this is where the pessimism can take shape, where people just don't see things happening in real time. But let me tell you specifically what I mean by that. Just yesterday, FEMA sent a letter in partnership with the state of California to the US EPA on toxic debris, hazardous waste removal, saying we need it done in 30 days. The original commitment was 60 days. Spare no resources. The state is offered unprecedented resources. I still have 1,971 National Guard down here. We will do whatever it takes to provide that support for the EPA. They've been provided $175 million, and they need to get it done pursuant not only to the direction of FEMA, but the direction of the President of the United States himself, who wants to move heaven and earth to make sure that happens sooner. So the debris removal, phase one, we want done in the next 30 days. Number two, concurrent to that, not after 30 days, concurrent to that, phase two debris removal can begin when people do a right of entry. Once they sign off on a right of entry, they can do it debris removal for themselves through a private contractor, or they can get the support from the Army Corps that has a California-based prime contractor, ECC. If they cannot afford to do it themselves, they can have the Army Corps do it. They'll bill their insurance, but there'll be no subsequent bills if it costs more than their insurance line item that's picked up by the federal government. And we are coordinating that at a level that's contemporary in this context to the work that they just did in Maui, with the lessons learned, the examples in Maui. And so they're already on the ground. The colonel's on the ground. He was here a week ago. And we're coordinating that phase two to get that done. Now, in that process, that's also a concurrent process. Once the debris is removed in phase two, goes up on a website, and then the building permit process begins. So all this happens stacked on top of each other. It's not phase one, then we begin phase two, we begin the rebuilding. It all happens in real time. So no resources spared. Part of what LA Rises is about is getting the best minds in philanthropy, in the private sector, in industry, experts in architecture, experts in materials, experts, to your question, in logistics, experts in master procurement to look at the issue of cost, workforce that we're already working on, providing an educated and substantive workforce that is prepared to deal with the magnitude of this. All of that is a big part of what we're currently doing, and I know what local government's doing. You're right, be cautious about overpromising, but I don't want to understate what we're capable of when we're all moving in the same direction with a sense of urgency that we brought to bear with the damage assessment team that got that job done 4 days ahead of time, and no one thought we can get it done within 2 weeks. We've proven them wrong already, and we're going to prove them wrong on phase 1 and phase 2. Well, the commitment of the foundation is up to $100 million. We've received tens of millions of dollars of additional donations across the spectrum. A lot have been donated directly. For example, Latino Community Foundation, California Community Foundation, California Rises through the Fire Foundation, which was stepped up after the Paradise disaster. A lot of it's been done directly to nonprofits, some well-known nonprofits, the Red Cross, others more targeted to local needs. And so we're just trying to create a portal to make sure that we're coordinating some of that philanthropy and we're addressing gaps. And the commitment from the Walter Family Foundation and the Dodgers Foundation is up to $100 million.
All right, so wanted to get some of this in as Governor Newsom taking questions there alongside the NBA legend Magic Johnson. Andrew Kraft back here. I want to just put this tweet up from Governor Newsom's office saying with the photo alongside Magic Johnson, LA 28 President Casey Wasserman, and Dodgers Chairman Mark Walter. And they say we're launching LA Rises with Dodgers Foundation's huge initial commitment of up to $100 million. We're providing major resources to help our LA communities rebuild faster and stronger. So wanted to get that in there on this Tuesday night. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take the opportunity to go to commercial break. When we come back, we still have a lot of these executive orders that have been signed by President Trump to dive into, some of them relating to the military, the makeup of the military, also national security and the like, and also the makeup of the federal workforce and the hiring potential, or should I say firing potential of the federal workforce. All of them. We'll be talking about that and getting reaction from both Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats on that. Also, live picture there in Philly at Lincoln Financial Field, where the Eagles play. You know the Eagles, they're going to the Super Bowl. Well, Super Bowl is in New Orleans this year in just a matter of weeks, and New Orleans law enforcement officials holding a press conference today about security preparations for Super Bowl 59. We'll have that for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're fastly approaching the top of the next hour, though. I want to talk about Super Bowl 59 and the matchup that we now know between the Chiefs and the Eagles here. Take a look at this. The Eagles putting that on social media with that photo, saying the finishing touches on the Super Bowl threads there. It's very cool. You see there the Roman numerals. The Eagles will wear green, and the Chiefs will wear white there. So I wanted to make sure you got that in. All these details are very important for so many NFL fans, including Chiefs fans and Eagles fans. Take a look at that. Those are the Chiefs jerseys. They're wearing white. Eagles wearing green. Live picture there in the city of brotherly love at Lincoln Financial Field, the home of the Eagles. It's a live picture. Let's move from Philly to New Orleans. Live picture there over the New Orleans skyline. They're getting ready for Super Bowl 59. You see there, the Superdome is ready to host in just about 2 weeks' time. And you can see our countdown there. Remember, it is on Fox. 11 days left. So I know a lot of you are eagerly anticipating all of this. Well, so is New Orleans, so much so that security, front and center, front end of mind there, especially in the wake of the terror attack on New Year's Eve that took the lives of 14 individuals so senselessly. They were innocent. They were just enjoying their New Year's Eve festivities, and it turned so tragic. As you know, we covered that story earlier this month from all angles, and now the city still really, remember, that was in the French Quarter, right in the heart of Bourbon Street. And now yet another major world event like the Super Bowl taking place in the same location. Well, law enforcement held this briefing today on some of the security preparations already in place. Let's watch.
What I wanted to do is to introduce you to some members that you have yet to meet. As you know, a couple of weeks ago, I had brought in the leading expert on terrorism in our country associated with attacks in a major city, and that is Bill Bratton, who is the former commissioner of New York City. He served 2 tenures there, and he was also the chief of police of Los Angeles, a man who is known in law enforcement circles as the leading expert. And we're very glad to be able to have secured his services to be an expert counsel to me. But today, I'm going to introduce to you 2 members of his team. Now, to my right is the former chief of the Department of New York City. This is Chief Ken Corey, to my right. The chief of the Department of New York City is actually the highest ranked commissioned officer. So I'm just shy of 35 years, or about 35 years of service with NYPD. And to my left is Chief Brian Dugan. Now, Chief Dugan was the former chief of police of Tampa. Like myself and others, he's also a 30-plus year veteran, but Tampa has also been a host city on many occasions for Super Bowl. So we welcome his experience as well. Now, they are also a part of a larger team under the Teneo Company. So when you have seen about Bill Bratton, they are under a global risk management company known as Teneo. So there are indeed other members who have been with us in boots on the ground. So since January 1, these team members have been here at least twice. This is their second visit to the city of New Orleans. And they have been extensively studying the French Quarter, specifically Bourbon Street, giving already suggestions and options about how the city can make Bourbon safer, the French Quarter safer. But they also have been tasked to address how we make our Mardi Gras parades safer as well. And so they have had quite a tour of the city, the parade routes, and so forth. As you know, the commitment of your police department, myself, your mayor, is that we are going to maintain our traditional parade routes. There will not be a change to those parade routes. We want to keep our culture intact, but to make things safer. So more about that to follow in the future. I will say that there have also been recommendations that I also just recently alluded to. And we're going to begin publicly rolling out some of the options right now to our community. And tomorrow we are meeting with, in the afternoon, the business owners in the French Quarter. And during that meeting, we will be making some presentations to the community about options of making the Bourbon Street safer, making the French Quarter safer, because when we make things safer, then it also means some inconveniences. And I do think the city and the community needs to have a voice into those impacts and give us counsel back. We're going to give suggestions about what are the options, but we need to hear back from the public. The city council will also become involved. We are going to be doing a presentation as well to the city council about some options that they can weigh in on as the community's voice. How safe, we all share the same goal, is to make New Orleans as safe as possible. I want you to know that the city has also accepted the help of the federal government through HSI, and HSI has offered training on how to identify suspicious activity such that if you see something, say something so we can do something. And last Saturday, that training began for people in the hospitality industry. There was another training as of today, and there will be a third training tomorrow, because we need your partnership. We have done great strides in this city in lowering crime, making New Orleans safe, but it has been indeed because we're in partnership with our city. And so I want to say now that as you in the community start to think about, if you see something, say something so we can do something, please call one of two numbers, 511-511, just that simple. That is being stood up through the Louisiana State Police, who is in great partnership with you, as you know, with us, I should say. The other number that anyone in the community can report something that is suspicious is 1-800-434-8007. We're going to have an incredible Super Bowl. We're going to have a great and fun time. And then followed by Mardi Gras. This is a safe city. We've had a tragic event. And we will never forget what happened here. But we know and are confident that our plans are good. And so with that, Reese, if you want to open it up for a question or two.
Sure. We're going to start with WWL, and we'll end the public that's tuning in tonight. Can you elaborate on any of those?
Sure. We have some options associated with the Bourbon Street and whether or not, closes streets. And that's what I mean by rolling out some options and what those impacts would look like. And our business community would be impacted, as well as the residents. Y'all know there are 3,000 residents who live in the French Quarter. I'm one of them. And so community, business, and residents need to be able to give feedback to us, but we're going to begin with the business community. It won't be the only time we will be reaching out to the public to give us feedback, but we're beginning with that particular group.
And could you also elaborate on, if someone does see something suspicious, what sort of the protocols and steps that NOP will take to ensure that everyone does stay safe? I know yesterday I was in the quarter. I actually reported something suspicious.
Good.
And I noticed it was a fine line between not having public panic, but also checking out the item.
That's true. So you can report it to any officer you see, and our officers, as well as through these numbers, we will follow up. And like I said, even the ice chest issue, right? If you think something seems out of place, report it and we will follow up. But you're gonna have to give us enough specificity so we know who to see, touch base with, item to look at, okay? So you gotta give us, don't just say a backpack. Now, if you see a backpack that's abandoned, you need to describe it, give us specifics where it is, and we will follow up, okay?
The issue. When you talk about preparation, I know yesterday there was some work being done on bollards in the French Quarter. Can you give an update on that? Also, about a week and a half ago, there were some barriers put up in the French Quarter around Jackson Square, but also taken down.
Yes.
What was the reason for that and where we stand on that?
Yeah, so what you saw, and I know y'all been reporting on the news, I saw it last night on the local news about all the barriers that were being brought in on flatbed trucks. That is in preparation for Super Bowl. And as you know, we have a lot of partnership, and a lot of that is NFL security. And those are their assets that they are bringing in to what we call hardened target, the Poydras and Canal, as we prepare for the Super Bowl week. Okay, so that is the status of that. You're gonna see a lot more barriers coming in and being in place. With respect to the barriers that were put up in the French Quarter the other week, that was an issue of who called whom and who approved that. And that was just an issue of we were not fully communicating as to who made the call and who should have put those up. And that's why it was not our decision to put them up in the first place, but it was our decision to say, no, we're gonna pull them down now.
I also have to ask you one thing. A lot of people are keeping an eye on crime in the city. I know where we are right now with violent crimes. Just looking at some data, it seems like violent crimes are down this time compared to this time last year. I mean, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, I can. You know, it is, when I say our city is safer than it has been, it is indeed. I actually have the numbers. I thought I had them right here. I was just giving new numbers this morning, and I will tell you they are extremely impressive.
Joan, we're going to come back to that. We're going to get those numbers.
Yeah, I will tell you that, as you know, last January, we had a total of 18 homicides last January. Today, we sit at 20 murders. I should use the term murder, not homicide. Those are different numbers. So last year we had 18 for the total of the month of January. Today, if we were looking at like categories, and I have to say this because it's really important. Whenever I talk about a stat or a number, I am not unmindful that that represents a person who has lost their job, or lost their life to violence. And there's grieving families. The terrorist victims were 14 of our 20 who died this January. If you were to only look at like categories though, because most of our murders are shootings, we are at 6 today. So 6 compared to 18 last year, we are indeed becoming more and more safe. And that is not being toned up to our victims of the terrorist attack. But when we look at our strategies and are they having impact, 18 to 6 for shooting deaths. That's why I make the comparison. And we will always run those terrorist victims in our numbers, but that's the distinction between them. Okay? All right.
Jonah, we're going to come back and give you just a little bit more in a second, but for now, we're going to go to GNO. Go ahead, GNO.
Oh, here they are. So we will give these to all of you. So before we go there, let me just finish this remark. So as of this morning, we had a 65% reduction in shooting murders, 65% reduction. In our non-fatal shootings, as of last year, which was a record year, as you know, we're down 31%. In armed robberies, we're down 69%. And then for carjackings, is the other measurement we give you regularly, we're down 67%. And last year, those stats were the lowest, with one exception, in 60 years. So we're still on track for making New Orleans safer and safer.
Gina, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is kind of going off of Chris too with the see something, say something. I know you talked about the HSI training with the community, hospitality, community, the group. Kind of talk about what actually goes into training for something like that. Because I mean, I know you're always out here talking, you know, see something, say something, but how do you necessarily train?
You know something, have you ever read the book Blink by Malcolm Gladwell? It's actually a very good read, and what it does, it helps frame your thinking to understand. We look at things all the time and we go, gee, that seems suspicious. And what we do is we train people how to articulate that. Why does that look suspicious? Can you put words to what you're looking at? And so it's raising consciousness. We do it all the time. Something doesn't seem right. You did it yesterday. Something didn't seem right. It's learning to look at things a little bit differently and go, that seems out of place. And it's raising consciousness is what it is. And it's in a classroom environment. You help people with scenarios. What do you think you're looking at?
And I guess just how important do you think that's going to be in terms of, you know, moving forward into this Super Bowl season and Mardi Gras, training this specific group, rather than just, you know, going on TV saying, hey, everybody, see something, say something?
Because those are sometimes the first responders in a way. They are in the hospitality industry. They're engaging with visitors. They actually are really very much boots on the ground. And so that's why we want to start with people like that who are in those industries, and they're out in the streets all the time in the hospitality industry. So that's why it's just a matter of a classroom in which, raising consciousness. What are you looking at?
Okay, AP.
What does a safe Super Bowl look like in your view?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch you.
What does a safe Super Bowl look like in your view?
Much like our Taylor Swift weekend. Everybody having a great time, everybody having engaging, and everybody truly being safe and just having fun. That's what I think, and having very few, if no, incidents. I think Taylor Swift was a model example of how we did crowd management for a very large event, 3 days in a row.
Okay, we're going to go back to Gabby, and then we're going to go over to Ford.
Well, this was just out of the Taylor Swift.
Oh, go ahead.
But the Taylor Swift fans are not like Philadelphia fans.
So I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
So Taylor Swift fans are not like Philadelphia fans.
Oh, is that what it is? They like the Chiefs, of course. We're factoring that in, actually.
Well, no, I'm saying Taylor Swift fans are different than Philadelphia fans, and I'm actually concerned about the Philadelphia fans from what I'm seeing on TV. Are y'all in any way concerned about Philadelphia fans getting rowdy?
No. And I'm going to say, because, we expect the fan base to root and cheer for their team. Someone's going to lose. Someone's going to win. And so I think that we have proven as well here in New Orleans that our crowd control and our management, we're a very tolerant city, but we are not a city that is going to put up with lawlessness. You can be tolerant without being lawless. And so it's the intervention. But no, I think both fan bases will be well behaved. How do you like that? Okay.
All right, New Orleans Police Chief there, Ann Kirkpatrick, taking questions from reporters gathered there in New Orleans about what the city's plan is security-wise for Super Bowl 59, especially in the wake of the New Orleans terror attack on New Year's Eve. Let's step away from this. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're in a new hour. I want to thank you for being with us here. We want to take a quick commercial break, our first of this new hour, get into more of the top stories. As you know, a federal judge has now paused this federal fund freeze with regard to the federal government and so many agencies that rely on some of these already appropriated funds and monies for really vital programs. We'll be talking about that. We'll also be talking about this executive order on the federal workforce. 2 million federal workers are getting offered a buyout by the Trump administration. We'll give you the details of what that means. And also, so many Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats, well, they're weighing in on both those major headlines. We'll have their reaction for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's get back into more of these political headlines there in Washington. Fox's Connor Hansen has more.
When our controller went earlier today to submit our reimbursement request, wasn't able to get through.
People across the country were left wondering if they would be able to access certain federal programs. Tuesday, an Office of Management and Budget memo announced a wide range of grants and loans were being frozen. A federal judge delayed the freeze after several states sued.
We will not stand for any illegal policy that puts essential services for millions of Americans at risk.
The White House said the move targeted programs related to DEI, environmental regulations, and transgender rights. And it was not intended to cut off funds to programs like Social Security, Medicaid, food stamps, or student loans.
They are clarifying it, and I think this is not unusual for an administration to pause funding and to take a hard look.
The OMB put out an update saying it's working with agencies, and a pause could be as short as 1 day if it decides the funding doesn't violate President Trump's executive orders. Democrats argue that's not how government should operate.
President Trump plunged the country into chaos.
These are real people, ordinary Americans struggling to afford groceries, rent, and health care.
The freeze on funding has been delayed until Monday, when both sides are scheduled to argue their case in federal court. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. Back out live there to the White House. Yet another major headline getting a lot of attention. Well, the Office of Personnel Management, that's kind of like the federal government's HR department, has sent out emails to the full federal workforce, that's about 2 million employees, offering the option of resignation with full pay and benefits until September 30th. those workers have until next Friday, February 6th, to decide here. So Reese Gorman, our friend there at Notice, with the tweet, he says employees who accept the offer to resign will be placed on administrative leave. But there are exemptions. So we're reporting that the federal workers that do not get this option work as postal workers, military immigration officials, some national security officials, and any positions agencies decide to carve out. So there is some wiggle room in this offer. Back out live there to the White House. Reese Gorman also posting the memo on his social media accounts, and he says it does not apply to military or postal service workers or positions related to immigration enforcement and national security. So there are some carve-outs there. Well, a White House official telling Axios today that the White House will send out a memo this afternoon offering to pay federal workers who don't want to return to the office through September the 30th as long as they resign by February the 6th. And that memo has been sent out now. Also, other reporting out there, including and especially by CBS News, citing sources within the Trump administration, say that the Trump administration officials believe about 10% of the federal workforce will take President Trump up on this buyout offer. So that's a lot there of the federal workforce. In the meantime here, let's listen to Senate Republicans talk about all of this today at their daily press conference on Capitol Hill.
Good afternoon. Today finds the Democrats in disarray, and we're going to find out here real soon whether that disarray extends to abandoning the defense of Israel and, frankly, the defense of America when it comes to an unlawful court that the United States and Israel are not members of. We know for sure in the past that the International Criminal Court has targeted American soldiers, and if we don't take a stand against that now, they will do it again. And so I want to thank Senators Risch and Cotton for their leadership on this issue. You'll hear from them more about that in just a moment. The other issue, as we all know, on the floor these days is nominations. And as you all know, the Democrats made a big deal and blocked the nomination of John Ratcliffe to CIA last week. Ultimately, he ended up getting 74 votes on the floor, and that's going to be the case. I mean, they can block these votes, but these folks, we're going to continue to press on and get them confirmed, and they can do this the hard way or the easy way. If they want to continue to obstruct and delay, we're going to continue to grind and grind and grind, and we'll do that through the weekend if necessary. So I'm hopeful, particularly on these noms that we know have broad bipartisan support that have come out of the committees with big margins, that they allow the president to get his people into place so that he can implement his agenda. And we will work with him to make sure that that happens. And so I'm going to flip it now to our colleague, Senator Risch.
Thank you very much, Leader. First of all, you will recall that President Trump placed sanctions on the ICC before he left office. President Biden immediately took those off. Ever since then, as ranking member and now chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, I've been working to put those sanctions back on. I want to thank Senator Thune for his leadership, Senator Cotton for his leadership and help on this important issue. It's been very well near a full year since the Democrats obstructed this bill, and I'm glad that Republicans in both the House and the Senate and the White House are taking action to protect American sovereignty, the sovereignty of American citizens and the rights of our ally Israel. But yet, I'm glad a sizable number of House Democrats voted for this bill not once, but twice. I expect we'll see Democrat support here in the Senate as well. How much remains to be seen. When the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defense minister defending their country against brutal attack, the ICC greatly exceeded its mandate. This move was clearly political. It's just another example of politicization and anti-Semitism that has become endemic across a number of international organizations. The first objective of a court of justice is to recognize right from wrong. The ICC greatly fell down on that on what is incumbent upon them. Any entity that would put the leader of Hamas and the leader of Israel in the same bucket and treat them the same doesn't know right from wrong. This needs to end. It's past time for us to pass this legislation and sanction those responsible for this decision and show the ICC that it won't tolerate, we won't tolerate the corruption there. Thank you very much.
I think Senator Cotton is on the floor, obviously, with this issue. So a couple quick questions.
Leader Thune. Thank you.
It's like running four corners offense here. On this memo from the OMB here, I mean, do you expect Republicans, I'd be curious to hear from some of your colleagues here, do you expect Republicans to say, okay, this is the executive branch, or draw a line in the sand and say this is the legislative branch, we have the power of the purse, we're going to push back on that, we're going to protect our prerogatives? Do you think this is a dangerous situation to have the administration try to claim so much power so quickly without clarity over administration, over funding?
Well, I think they are clarifying it, and I think this is not unusual for an administration to pause funding and to take a hard look and scrub of how these programs, how they're being spent, and how they interact with a lot of the executive orders that the president signed. And I think that's the main criteria they're using: is does this implicate, do the executive orders implicate funding in this particular way? They have taken certain things, I think, off the table. Some of you have asked specifically about programs, any program that directly benefits an individual, Medicaid, SNAP, those types of programs are unimpacted by this. What is impacted, obviously, is DEI, the Green New Deal, things like that. And so those are in direct contradiction with the EOs the president signed earlier this week. So they're providing,
the Green New Deal involve major infrastructure projects.
And they're providing additional clarity and guidance on that. And hopefully they will further clarify what exactly will be impacted by this. But I don't think it's unusual for an administration to pause. They certainly did that. Biden did that in 2021 with respect to funding for the border wall. But I think, Senator Risch, did you want to speak to that?
Well, very briefly. Look at this from a 50,000-foot standpoint to begin with. For all of you who haven't noticed, this is a different day in Washington, D.C. The President of the United States wants to do something about inflation. Where does inflation start? It starts at government overspending, and particularly when it's deficit spending. We're going in debt $1 trillion every 100 days. The best way to start going after inflation is to ratchet that back. What he has said is, let's pause for 90 days. This is a work in progress. Everybody take a deep breath, stay calm. Every one of these programs is going to be looked at. He didn't say, well, we're going to do a 2-year study, blah, blah, blah. He said 90 days, we're going to look at it, and it's working. I've talked to Secretary Rubio several times over the weekend and on Monday because of questions from my colleagues, questions from you, questions from a lot of people is, how's this going to go down? Well, the way it's working is there is constant input on programs going in right now that are being looked at. One of the best things that's happened about it is we have, from foreign relations, from intelligence, we've tried to get information out of these agencies, and man, it is tough, as you all know. Now that the agencies realize their programs are on the chopping block, they're running out of their cubby holes in mass, showing us information that we've been trying to get. This is going to work. Everybody stay calm. We'll get this done, and we'll reduce spending. Thank you.
Regarding
sanctions on ICC, regarding sanctions on ICC, among other things, ICC also investigating Russian crimes in Ukraine. Do you think American sanctions may impact this effort?
Well, I mean, I think for member nations, all the work that they do, all we're simply saying is that Americans, soldiers, the U.S., Israel are not members of the ICC, and if they're going to target American citizens, then obviously we're going to impose sanctions. So it's a fairly straightforward bill. There are questions around, who all might be in the periphery impacted by that, but the bottom line is the United States and Israel are not members of what we think is an unlawful court. This court is targeting American citizens, and in this case, obviously targeting the Prime Minister of Israel. And so we think it's important to take a stand on that.
Our military leaders call China the pacing threat that we face in the Indo-Pacific. And one of the steps the President has taken is to freeze foreign military grants, including to Taiwan. Now, what do you see that sending the wrong signal to Beijing when it comes to security in the Taiwan Strait?
Well, again, I would argue, and again, I think we'll get clarity on this with time. But I think any of these funding decisions are not unusual for a new administration. They're pausing, taking a look at where money's being spent, how it's being spent, and ensuring that it's spent wisely and well in accordance with this administration's plans. And I think, as I said earlier, the executive orders give a lot of guidance about what the administration's priorities are, and I think that the funding will end up following that.
We assume that you've heard from organizations.
So Senate Majority Leader John Thune there from South Dakota saying, and that was the kind of key word there, clarity, that there's going to be clarity in the coming days, hours, weeks here, while a federal judge agreeing with Senator Thune there today, issuing a brief administrative stay on this Office of Management and Budget memo that went out that by 5 p.m. today Eastern Time, many of these federal grants, loans, and such would be frozen under review. And so that has been put on pause for the next 3 days until Monday, when the parties will be in court adjudicating this and litigating this. And we'll, come Monday, hopefully get some type of resolution on this. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be diving into more executive orders that President Trump signed, specifically regarding the transgender community and the transgender community in the U.S. military. We'll be talking about that. Also, some updates on the Israel-Hamas war, an invitation extended to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel to come to Washington in the next few months. And more fallout for former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, new Pentagon secretary there, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, taking action against Milley today. We'll bring you that exclusive news to Fox when we come back.